Hey Justin, are you trolling?
This is the Troll Patrol live 420 Anniversary Spectacular with your host, JustinFREAKIN.
Thank you, Media Winch. Welcome. It is a freaking 420. On this day, 4 years ago, COVID was raging, and I started a little show called the Troll Patrol. Or at least that's when we started doing it on a semi-daily basis. We have been finding out what that news be doing for 4 years now. Purgatoris, clinically, Libertad. Happy 420 to everyone. I need to get a little more high. I try to wait until the stream to get high, but I just can't. It's 420. I've been playing video games all morning, so I've been high as fuck. But let me get a little more high, and then I'm gonna pack a fresh bong for the countdown. I can't wait to show you guys. come the first 420 of the day. That is 420 on the East Coast. We are 19 minutes away, so get your smoking accoutrements ready. Venus, so glad to see you. Got a jam-packed show tonight. Today, it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Good night. We're going into the night time, though. Sparkle's going to finish off the show by reading you guys a bedtime story. That's not the only appearance she's going to be making. After we listen to Alan Dershowitz explain how OJ was framed, Sparkles will read a eulogy for our dearly departed Orenthal J. Simpson, who passed away, about a week ago now? A little over a week ago. That's when Curious and I were in Nashville. Pumpkin Spice, who is apparently coming over. I went ahead and unlocked the door. She will, I'm sure she loved that picture you posted last night. Pumpkin Spice out here posting 420 titties. You live in sexual anarchy. I figured I would start off the show with my favorite beverage. This is a gigantic glass of chocolate milk, because I'm not a 40-year-old man. I'm actually still a child. We're going to do some real news. We're going to do some real news in the first hour after we do 420 on the East Coast. We're going to cover the passage of the foreign aid bill that happened earlier today. We're going to hear from Speaker Mike Johnson, who is apparently not getting ousted. Libertad wants to hear from a distance, but Sparkles promised from a distance when we got a ceasefire, and we have still yet to see a ceasefire. Now, she may take requests, but I kind of wonder where are my drops at? Pumpkin Spice.
You live in sexual anarchy.
So 16 minutes until the next 420. Let me give you your meme of the day. There is a before and after picture of that's what liberalism does to you. Don't send your kids to college, because that's what happens to them. I am high on woke girl memes. I say buy woke girl memes now. This is my little stash. I've already grinded up. I'm going to need more. Clearly, we're going to smoke more than this throughout the show. Good thing I re-upped yesterday to have a gigantic bag. Had to make sure my dude was in town. He's an EDM DJ. You never know. Friday, he might not be around. He might have a show. No, his show was tonight. Hope it goes good for you, my man. We're gonna pack a fresh bowl here. Oh man, that one's got shit in it too. God. I had to clean out a bowl. Flash, good evening. This is oh my god, am I gonna have to play her? So the way I found her was on Twitter. People had shared out her picture, and it said, "Never forget what Hamas took from you." So I just assumed she was at the concentration camp festival. But no, it turns out she's very much alive. And everyone in the comments was like, Hamas is really sleeping on the job. She's a social media influencer. God, I don't even know what her real name is. I only know her as Whoop Girl. I'm not even getting her when I type in Woot Girl. It's just, you know, what everybody at fucking Coachella looks like. Hold on. There she is. Okay. So, I hope this is the one I watched where she's like doing ayahuasca and plugging into the stars. It's like it's so fucking stupid. Oh, so this is somebody's made a song and gone over it.
Look community visible.
Did that tree just talk or was it you?
Shannon Blake best exemplifies this through her hippie aesthetic and music, gaining traction on the platform. Her online presence, including her dreadlocks and musical style, has sparked debates about cultural appropriation. Blake's influence in internet and meme culture, coupled with her alignment with woke culture's values, illustrates a perfect example of the evolving nature of woke culture.
Wook culture. Speaking of wook culture, we're going to... Apparently, Fish is doing a show at the Sphere for 420. I hate Fish, but, like, that's bound to be cool. We're going to see what the visuals are like and shit. Fish for 420 at the Sphere in Las Vegas. So far, the only thing I've really watched there was, I watched the U2 concert. You're 12 minutes away. Justin's got to get a fresh bowl packed. We got to get a fresh... We're going to talk about the dude that We're going to talk about the dude who self-emulated yesterday in front of the Donald Trump criminal trial. Now, hold on. Now, I was assuming that this would be a anti-genocide protester. Did it at the Trump trial just to raise awareness because there'd be a lot of attention on it. However, that was not the man's intention. Producer Dave will have a field day with this dude because apparently he was a conspiracy nut job. NYPD confirming that he thought that the mob was running the schools, and I mean, in the Northeast, that's a plausible thing, right? Like the mobs do kind of run the schools. But he was from Florida. He was a Florida man setting himself on fire in front of the Trump trial. He believes some crazy conspiracies like Seinfeld and The Simpsons, mind control by the CIA. And that I don't get, because The Simpsons and Seinfeld are both incredibly subversive shows. So the idea that the CIA is using them to program society is like nuts. It's fucking nuts. But then again, I mean, these people aren't the most rational people. But you like to believe that if somebody is going to go to such drastic extremes to protest, it's over something that's meaningful at least. That's some Florida man shit indeed. When I first heard about it, I'm like, all right, it's a Gaza protest. The dude, you know, he had some, you know, if you're an airman that's getting ready to get sent over to bomb some children on behalf of Israel, which was the case with the last guy that self-emulated, that's different. I can kind of understand that as a form of I still don't get it. I still wish he hadn't done it. I still believe that his efforts would be far better served if he was still with us. I don't agree with his protest. However, if you're going to do something like that, my God, do it for a good cause as opposed to You think Seinfeld is brainwashing people? Holy fuck. Maybe I take exception to maybe they're right? So, 'cause like Seinfeld, Simpsons, those are two of my favorite shows of all time. I grew up watching The Simpsons, one of the reasons why I am the way I am. So maybe he is correct. A radical centrist conspiracy theorist? From what I'm hearing, it doesn't seem like radical centrist. But also, I don't know. I can't wrap my mind around that. And and this is coming from someone who was a 9/11 conspiracy theorist. I was a 9/11 truther. Ah, shit! Didn't mean to smack the microphone. We are 8 minutes from 4:20. Get your marijuana accoutrements ready. For joining me here on this, the 420 anniversary of the Troll Patrol Live. We've been finding out what that news be doing for 4 years now. It's gonna be a hell of a show, I promise you. All kinds of fun shit planned. Let me look over my list of stories here. We're gonna talk a lot of weed. Legalized weed under threat in Thailand. Germany legalizing weed. Partially legalizing weed. There's some caveats. We're gonna hear from a treatment expert about how, man, this shit's so much stronger than it used to be in the 70s. They've been working on it like it's the cure for cancer. Talk the cannabis pill that is being prescribed in Australia to help people with their sleep not sleep apnea, is it? It's sleep I forget the fucking word. People can't sleep right. Insomnia. To help people with their insomnia. If somebody said that in the chat, I'm sorry, I wasn't looking at the chat. I got my notes up. The FDA has come out and said that weed is indeed a medicine. Yay. Like fucking 50 years too late, right? But better late than never. We're going to see what 6 years of legal weed in Canada look like. We're going to get a fact-checked debate on legal weed. And we're going to move to the United States. We're going to talk about the different legalization efforts in different states. The Ohio Division of Cannabis has issued new rules. We're going to talk about the legalization effort in Texas, New Hampshire, Indiana. We got a clip from the gubernatorial debate in Indiana where they were asked about the efforts to legalize weed. Minnesota state representative gave an impassioned speech that is way overdue. Time for us to legalize the marijuana. However, Meatball Ron DeSantis, is not down with the effort to legalize pot in Florida. Meanwhile, investors are not high on pot in Florida. That was the actual headline. Investors not high on pot in Florida. Several Democratic leaders are urging President Joe Biden to decriminalize marijuana. Vice President Kamala Harris held a roundtable, probably with a bunch of cops. It's probably her and a bunch of cops talking about how weed is bad, okay? We're going to watch it and see what they're talking about. We're going to hear from the Curaleaf chief executive, giving his 2024 pot outlook. We're going to look at the opening of cannabis lounges in San Diego and Vegas. Meanwhile, how cannabis is changing your workplace. I always love doing crime stories. Don't think I don't have fucking crime stories for this very special 420 edition. A guard at a cannabis facility was kidnapped. We have security video. A vehicle crashed into a pot dispensary. A pot farm in Maine is accused of being an illegal Chinese spy farm. A kid found his mom's drugs and called the cops on her. All that and a lot freaking more. And I'm going to give you a lot of animal videos. There's going to be a shit ton of animal videos at the end. I'm just going to go through my entire it'll be like an hour of animal videos, guys. I'll just go my entire repertoire of saved animal videos. We'll check in with Mo Mountain Mutts for sure. I love Puppy Bus. All that and a lot freaking more tonight and this afternoon, this evening on the Troll Patrol 420 Anniversary Spectacular. We are 3 minutes away from the very first 420 here on the East Coast. I cannot wait to show you guys the special countdown I made for it. I've got my bong ready to go. I got my chocolate milk. Light one up, tip one back, fuckers. We're going to have a hell of a lot of fun before we hit the sack today. Ow! Want a cat? I feel like you need a cat in your life. Which one you want? All three of them right here. You want a Maynard, don't you? Big old chunk. What you doing, Maynard? Tell everybody happy 420. You've been laying with me all morning. It is 2 minutes. 2 minutes until 420 on the East Coast. Sky Comet, welcome. Warlord. Yes, weed is bad. I don't know why no new speaker. I was hoping we'd get a new speaker. Flash, Libertad, everybody, thank you guys for being here. Purgatorus. Love all of you so much. Pumpkin Spice. We're getting close. You can see 2 minutes until 420. I'm sorry to those of you on the YouTube, the time isn't going to match up. Those of you with me here on the Kick, it's going to be close to 420. I even retooled my countdown from last year to make sure that the time was correct. Prepare thine asses. We are 56 seconds away from 420 Eastern Time. RB, welcome. We are going to get stupid high, and then we're going to find out what that news be doing. $33 seconds. Justin, good evening. You didn't miss a thing. You got here right on time. We are 20 seconds away. 15 seconds. Prepare thine asses. Happy 420. You can always get a little more high. I'd love a cookie right now. Cookie sounds so good, but I may just be really high. As our first 420 of the evening. I'll switch it up. I'll smoke out of something different every 420. Be 420 in Central Time. Perhaps Sparkles will join us for her 420. We're gonna have to cough. I don't know what would be a good amalgamation for somebody that just have some brownies, have some cookies. Raymond, I thought you kicked Raymond out. You'll have to catch everybody up. Sparkles, welcome. First time I'm seeing you. Pumpkin Spice might be here by the next 420. I might have to break out a microphone and give to her. She talks so much. You guys have no clue. It's amazing she has never been on a stream and talked to anybody, cause like she doesn't shut up. I'm saying that as an endearing quality. I've told her this before. Like, there'll be times I'm like, God, I wish you'd shut up. And then she'll say like the funniest thing. And I'm like, God damn it. You did it to me again. Like, this story is going nowhere. Oh my God, I wish you'd just shut up. And then boom, she hits you with it. Like, you got me again. .420 is also Easter next year. That is going to be a crazy, that will be my fifth Troll Patrol anniversary. Truly the Holy Eye holiday next year. I'm still getting over the bronchitis and my lungs are like, why did you do that to us? But I am very, very stoned now. I'm gonna have to take a break. I'm gonna have to take a break for a little bit. I guess it's a good time to talk about some news. Find out what that news be doing. At the top of the show, guess I should go ahead and hit the content warning here. God damn it! I promised like a light show. It's supposed to be all weed news, but there's too much news going on that we got to talk about. We're going to get the hard stuff out of the way here at the beginning.
Horrifying moments yesterday outside a New York City courthouse, the same place where proceedings are underway in the criminal trial of former President Donald Trump. Witnesses say they saw 37-year-old Max Azzarello pour liquid over his head and then set himself on fire. He was rushed to a hospital where he later died. Police say the incident did not appear to have anything to do with the trial, but has prompted authorities to reconsider security.
Magnitude of what's going on around right here, we'll reassess our security with our federal partners.
A jury of 7 men and 5 women have been selected in the history-making criminal trial of the former president.
We'll get to that here in a second. Talk about who this guy was. Maxwell Azzarello doused himself in a cleaning substance before lighting himself on fire. It happened across the road from court moments after a full jury panel had been selected. He was engulfed in flames for roughly 3 minutes as horrified bystanders screamed and fled. I don't have any edibles. So there you can see him holding a sign that says, Trump is with Biden and they're about to fascist coup us. What does that mean?
Come on, man.
I'm good. I'll be fine. Police are treating him as a conspiracy theorist. scattered pamphlets before the incident, which police described as propaganda.
I actually thought it was water at first, and then I think before he doused the second one, threw the flyers all over like 4 times, flipped them, and then.
You mean when he doused himself twice?
Sir,
I mean, if they have pot, they count as edibles.
he walks to the center of the park. When he's in the park, he starts shuffling around his clothes. He opens up a book bag. From the book bag, he takes numerous pieces of paper, pamphlets out. He throws the pamphlets throughout the park, and then he pulls out a canister and pours some kind of liquid on himself, a liquid we believe is an accelerant, and he lights himself on fire. The male, he takes a couple of steps while he's on fire, and then eventually falls onto a police barrier and falls down to the ground. He's on fire.
He has passed away.
Accelerant spilt is also on fire. Civilians, court officers, members of the police department, they run into the park. They make efforts to put him out. They use their coats. They use fire extinguishers. Eventually, FDNY responds.
Now, I'm going to share with you a post by Mario Noflaw, who's not the most credible source. It was shortly after the incident. His manifesto, Max Rezzello, argues that the U.S. government is part of a secret kleptocracy, misleading the public through divisive politics and manufactured crisis to maintain control. He points to cultural references in media from Simpsons to Seinfeld as methods used by the elite to condition the public into passivity and cynicism towards societal issues. He suggests that these elements are part of a broader scheme to prepare the populace for a fascist takeover by eroding trust in institutions and promoting existential despair. Wild. Let's hear from one of the prospective jurors that was let go, because apparently he had mocked Trump relentlessly on social media.
Our breaking news, Donald Trump on day 3 of jury selection in the first ever criminal trial of a former president. Joining us now outside the courthouse, NBC's Vaughn Hilliard. So Vaughn, what's the latest from there?
Vaughn.
Yeah, Jose, right now, those individuals that are in the jury box are currently going through that 42-question questionnaire. Of course, we had another...
All of them have been seated now.
In the courtroom at 9:30 a.m. Eastern this morning. About 65 of them were dismissed after saying that either they couldn't be fair and impartial or they had another reason that wouldn't allow them to go forward. So we've got an allotment of 39 individuals, and now they're working...
This from a day or two ago.
The first 8 to have answered those 42 questions so far. Interestingly, you could say 2 of them have read Art of the Deal. One of them read Michael Cohen's book. Another individual said that they had read Mark Pomerantz's book about this case. And so kind of a fascinating look.
I don't know if they have the alternates. They've seated all 9 of the regular jury. I don't know if they've seated all the... They had seated one alternate when I was with you guys on Thursday night. I do not know what happened on Friday. It's possible. Let me hold on. Let's find out, shall we? Apparently, as of an hour ago, the full jury has been chosen, according to the New York Times. But it's behind a paywall, so I can't fucking see it. Let me come on this browser, because I think it has the thing that has the get around New York Times paywall. Maybe? I don't fucking know. Hold on. What's going on here? Opening statements in Donald Trump's criminal trial will begin next week. As the full jury has been chosen, as I said, this was an hour ago. Yesterday. I like how I had to look and see what the date was. on 420, as I've been talking about it being 420. Had to look. 419? When was that? Oh yeah, the juror that mocked Trump. That's what we wanted to hear about. Get to the point.
Inside. I want to let you meet another dismissed juror here who I just met a few moments ago. This is Mark. Mark, you are one of those individuals.
Yeah, we want to hear from Mark.
You raised your hand this morning and said you would not be able to be fair and impartial. How did that play out?
Yeah, we were summoned in. The judge read all the particulars of the case, how one was supposed to evaluate the law and the evidence. And then he said, you know, if there's a reason that you don't think you could be impartial or that you could be perceived as biased, that you should raise your hand. So I raised my hand because I was certain that even if, and intellectually I would be capable of being unbiased, that because I have satirized Mr. Trump often in my artwork, that this would come to light. And that were I to be seated on the trial, it would be dishonest for me to withhold that information. But there's be no way that Blanche, who's not going to rely on the kindness of strangers, would permit me to be on the jury.
Would you describe to me what you saw with Dr.
Who's he calling Blanche?
Not very much. He was a bit ahead of me and off to the left. I didn't have a complete view of him today. He sort of plopped in a chair. You know, you can see the orange. But I was not close to him.
Did you see him turn around and look at the juror?
No.
The potential jurors at any point?
No, there are quite a few people in the room. And he, I didn't stare at him the whole time. I glanced at him a number of times. But I did not see him turning around and looking at anybody at that point. The next phase, as the judge explained it, would be that if you were going to be a potential juror, there would be a more of a questionnaire for you to fill out and that you would be interviewed. I thought, this is ridiculous. There's no way after my online presence, where I've satirized this man again and again.
I don't think these are AI.
They would regard me as to be fit to serve, and it would be a waste of their time. And frankly, as a taxpayer, our money for me to clog up the process.
Look at his hands. Why are his hands so weird? Maybe it is AI.
President of the United States there for that quick moment, but you bypassed the potential opportunity to try to be a juror.
I did.
Mark, good talking with you.
Pleasure.
Thank you for your time.
Good luck,
Appreciate
you
it.
guys.
Jose, there's a cast now.
Jose!
Here in New York City here that can say that they saw Donald Trump for the start of his criminal trial. But as we continue to make our way through, we're currently at 6 jurors.
Well, like in the last trial, in the case against the company, they let the cameras come in and take pictures, like right before they kicked everybody out of the courtroom, and the reporters could sit in the courtroom. There was like moments before court was in session, they would come in, they would get pictures of Trump sitting there. So that was what I was assuming those were. However, like his hand did look fucked up. He ain't got a finger. So maybe that absolutely, like, you might be right. That might be AI, because Trump's hands are weird looking, but like they ain't that weird looking. And also, those are too big to be Trump's hands. Yeah, but they wouldn't take pictures of the jury. Like the jury wouldn't be in there. They'd bring them in after the judge came in and sat down. But that is not a human hand. Even Donald Trump doesn't have a hand that looks that fucking weird. No, I think I'm convinced you're right, Sky Comet. Like that hand looks AI generated. It looks way too big to be Donald Trump's hand. I don't know how many indictments this one is. This one is the hush money payment. Multiple counts. Let's see. It is 34 counts of fraud. You were correct. 34 counts of fraud Trump is currently facing. Wild. Let's get an update on a story that we were following on Thursday night. 108 people had been arrested last time that we were on stream together at Columbia University. New protests broke out in the time since then. Published this morning.
This is what Columbia University in New York City looks like again today. Protesters set up an encampment on campus to push for a ceasefire in Gaza.
This comes after more than 100 people were arrested while protesting yesterday. Antonia Hilton has the latest.
It's day 3 of protests at Columbia University as demonstrations on campus and off appear to grow. Free, free Palestine! Student protesters have set up new encampments on the New York City campus just one day after Columbia's president, Manoush Shafiq, called in the NYPD to clear an initial encampment of pro-Palestinian demonstrators, leading to the arrest of 114 classmates, many who will get their day in court in May.
Keep it fucking going.
Those dramatic arrests ratcheted up the tension. The protesters are angry about what they say is a lack of transparency around what financial ties the school may have to Israel, writing the encampment will remain until our demand is met.
Do you think the arrests have slowed the protests down, or do you think they've inflamed things?
I think they've inflamed things. I think the arrests really triggered a lot of the student body to mobilize.
Some faculty are concerned the university is not respecting students' free speech and right to organize. Joseph Howley is Jewish, assistant professor of classics.
I don't think anyone I know has ever felt so unsafe on campus as we did.
I'm not high enough for this shit on 420.
But for some Jewish students, the protests have been frightening.
One of the protesters was brandishing a Hamas flag. As a Jewish student, that's deeply upsetting. You know, I wonder if someone was carrying around the Nazi flag, what would they be told?
University administration.
What is the Hamas flag? Was it a Palestinian flag, and you're calling it a Hamas flag? Because that's troubling.
Telling NBC News that they will continue to enforce their rules. The one thing they and the demonstrators agree on is that they expect those protests will continue. Antonia Hilton, NBC News, New York.
Now, in response to what happened at Columbia today, several college campuses across our country staged protests in solidarity, including Boston University and Ohio State.
It is absurd. Mitochondria, welcome. Happy 420, everyone. It was a happy 420 for the military-industrial complex earlier today as the House passed a foreign aid bill that the far-right conservatives, and I assume the progressives, both were against. This included aid for Ukraine, Israel, Taiwan. It's insane. This is Speaker Mike Johnson shortly after passage earlier today.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. The House has worked its will. These are not normal times here in the House or around the world, as we all know, and we had a disturbance here on the House floor just a bit ago. I just want to say simply what I think most people around the country understand and agree. We should only wave one flag on the House floor, and I think we know which flag that is. I said these are not normal times. They're not. The world is destabilized, and it's a tinderbox. It's a dangerous time. 3 of our primary adversaries, Russia and Iran and China, are working together, and they're being aggressors around the globe. and they're a global threat to our prosperity and our security. Their advance threatens the free world, and it demands American leadership. If we turn our backs right now, the consequences could be devastating. So this afternoon, the House acted, and we sent over to the Senate, and it will be transmitted shortly, our supplemental national security legislation. And make no mistake, this is not a blank check like the Senate supplemental bill was. This is very different. Instead of taking the path of least resistance and bringing up the Senate supplemental on the House floor, or just
eat farts, Mike.
Discharge petition to pursue, which
RB,
had the same
that's a great idea.
We gave our members a voice. We gave them a chance. We gave them a better process and ultimately a much better policy. Unlike the Senate's blank check, the House legislation has a number of very important features. It provides for greater accountability over Ukraine aid. It forces an end-game strategy for the Ukraine war.
Ukraine aid sounds like a fruit punch drink.
Of this foreign aid to Ukraine, and the Repo Act to ensure that Russian assets pay for part of the bill.
Eat Russian assets.
The Senate's bill, the loan system itself is a House innovation and allows for much needed insight. Now remember that 80% of the Ukraine funding will go to the replenishment of American weapons and stocks and our facilities and our operations. It also includes tough measures and sanctions on Iran and Russia and China, which most of the American people understand is a necessity and a very important thing. Our process in the end ensured that each member was able to consider
I hate this guy. He's so dry.
Their own merits, which is exactly how the House is supposed to work. I know there are critics of the legislation. I understand that. It is not a perfect.
This is the way you dress and act on 420? Are you trying to win my vote, sir? Like, what the fuck? Come the fuck. Look at all that. They are all high. Look at them. Every single one of them. They've been smoking pot.
Perfect piece of legislation. We're not ensured that.
Happy 420, Rusty.
And in a time where there are lots of different opinions. But there's no question whatsoever that
37 minutes away from the next one.
Improvements to the Senate bill, and the product that we've sent over there is much better. This package, I will note, because it's very important, also includes national security priorities, and many of them, but it is the only way that we could have gotten Democrats to support aid to Israel, and that's a fact. There is a lot of misinformation out there about the bill, and I just want to make one point about one issue that has been drawn a lot of attention, and that is, could any of this funding go to Hamas or to terrorist organizations or what have you? And we put safeguards in the legislation to ensure that UNRWA is not funded, the UN agency that included
UNRWA is not Hamas.
October 7th
Whoa!
Attack on Israel. We've also have language that prevents any of the funding going to Hamas or any other bad actors. That's a very important element of oversight. Congress takes the oversight very seriously, and we
absolutely hate him.
Keep an eye on every dollar that we are using and investing at this time. I've said it very simply.
This dude needs a titty slap.
A titty slap!
Come on now.
UNRWA feeds people who are going through starvation, you motherfucker. It's absurd that you wouldn't fund UNRWA. I don't even remember what the acronym stands for anymore. The Relief Works Agency. The UN Relief Works Agency. Refugees in Palestine. Feeds, clothes, provides humanitarian aid to Palestinians. And you're like, well, we don't want to fund that. You're helping to starve an entire population, you piece of shit. A TikTok ban now seems inevitable after the House passing a resolution to force a sale of the company, ByteDance. House passes a bill forcing TikTok to divest from the Chinese company and the Chinese government. Trying to force a sale to a U.S. company.
60 and the nays are 58. The bill is passed without objection. A motion to reconsider.
How in the fuck are they getting away with this? Because this is basically like forcing a company to sell their entire business to like Google or Facebook because you don't like their government. That's exactly what this is. It's absolutely theft. I have absolutely fuck. Free market capitalism, my ass.
Considers laid on the table.
This is absolutely absurd. There's only 33 Democrats that vote against this.
60 and the nays are 58. The bill is passed without objection. A motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
It is disappointing that there was 33 Democrats that voted against it. That there was only 33 Democrats in the House that voted against this. Doesn't look like there was a lot voting. There seems to be a lot of people missing. But only 58 nays. This is absolutely absurd. Maybe the dude was right. Maybe Biden and Trump are working together to bring about a fascism. Only 58 people voted against it. Thank you to the 25 Republicans who voted against it. They probably voted against it for some dumbass reason. You may have got a Thomas Massey that actually voted for it for the right reason, or voted against it for the right reason. I mean, most Democrats aren't the left. I would assume the 33 that voted against it represent the politicians that, Cori Bush, Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar, AOC, Jamal Bowman. Frost, Mankiewicz. I can almost name the 33 Democrats. I could probably get close to naming the 25 Republicans. It's the partially the Freedom Caucus wing. Thomas Massey was definitely one of the Republicans. Let's get the list, shall we? I want the fucking... They don't have the I tried to go straight to the fucking House website, but it doesn't have like the shit in the last 2 days. Here we go. Washington Post got us covered. "14 did not vote. 1 voted present. Andy Biggs of Arizona voted against it. Dan Bishop of North Carolina. So this is the Freedom Cock motherfuckers. Suzanne Bonamici was a Democrat from Oregon who voted against it. Cori Bush, Greg Caesar of Texas, Joaquin Castro of Texas, Catherine Clark of Massachusetts, Warren Davidson of Ohio. John Duarte of California is a Republican. Cross voted against it. Gates voted against it. Ruben Galejo from Arizona voted against it. Jesus Garcia voted against it. Thank you, sir. Marjorie Taylor Greene was on the. Well, I said it was going to be the Freedom Caucus. Like, probably all of them for the wrong reason. Clay Higgins voted against it. Sheila Jackson Lee, Pamela Jayapal, Ro Khanna, Barbara Lee, Summer Lee, Zoe Lofgren. Nancy Mace voted against it. Thomas Massey, Tom McClintock. Barry Moore of Alabama. Surprising. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Jerry Nadler voted against it. Thank you, Nadler. AOC, Ilhan Omar, Scott Perry of Pennsylvania voted against it. Katie Porter voted against it. Mark Pocan, usually on the right side of things. Greg Steube of Florida, a Republican that voted against it. Jasmine Crockett. I did not see her on the against side. Go to present. Oh, there you go. Nathan, good afternoon. I've said it many times on this show. There are things that we could get those specific Republicans that hate government to vote with us on. There are overlap with the. I don't accuse me of being like a MAGA communist or some shit. But there literally is legislative overlap where we could make headway with, especially on like the fucking wiretapping shit, the NSA. We could totally team up with them on shit like that. Thank you to the politicians that voted against that bullshit. 26 minutes until the next 420 in Central Time. Frank Luntz, the former Republican pollster, still Republican pollster, says that youngsters are losing faith in democracy. I purposely put that story right after the House passing a resolution to ban TikTok. Unless the Chinese government sells it to a U.S. company. They want to ban TikTok unless the Chinese, or not the Chinese government, but the ByteDance Chinese company sells it to a U.S. company.
Well, 2024 shapes up to be a bitter rematch.
I totally butchered that.
Pollster Frank Luntz is sharing some never-before-seen video from his focus groups, sharing it with Outfront. Take a look.
How condescending was Obama? I couldn't stand to watch that guy. He just looked down on top of everybody.
Did he?
Get down in the dirt and work with you.
What?
You want respect, but you have a president who.
Wait a minute. Did you guys hear that? I kind of had the sound down a little bit. Did you guys hear what he said? That Obama acted like he was above everybody, but Trump will get down in the dirt and work with you. Are you shitting me?
Well, 2024 shapes up to be a bitter rematch. Longtime Republican pollster Frank Luntz is sharing some never-before-seen video from his focus groups, sharing it with Outfront. Take a look.
Yeah, you bring up a very good point, Sky Comet. Like, they're not losing faith in democracy because we don't have democracy. We have a fucking oligarchy right now, and they're losing faith in what you're calling democracy.
Condescending was Obama. I couldn't stand to watch that guy. He just looked down on top of everybody. Trump will get down in the dirt and work with you.
So
Obama
you
would never have done that.
What world is he from?
Who takes on women, minorities, everything but white
And you know what?
males.
He won the
attacks.
election. And he won.
He didn't get
and
the
you guys
popular
can't
vote.
handle that.
He didn't.
I don't know why he's racist. You have to ask him. Because he sits up and he says, all those Mexicans are rapists and murderers. Okay, and then, yes, he did say that. Yes, he did. Can I finish my? I didn't say that. You're talking about. I'm talking about when he was running.
Yeah, I know.
They gotta get all up in arms. He didn't say that. He said some of them were good people.
They send the worst among them. Some of them are rapists. Some of them are drug dealers and murderers.
They ask me what I feel.
Frank is with me now. So that's just that's a small snapshot, right? You shared a fair amount of video with us. When we look at that, you've said the country is more divided than ever. I think a lot of people would agree with you. But
I take issue with that statement.
Why? How? Why is it this bad? What are you learning from these groups?
We had a fucking civil war.
There's no editing anymore. There's no censorship. That we now say what we think. We say what we want people to hear rather than...
No, that's not the problem. The problem's not that there's no censorship. What the fuck is wrong with Frank Luntz? The problem is there's a media that manipulates dumb fucks into thinking Donald Trump will get down in the dirt with them. What the fuck? But also, I wouldn't expect Obama to come get down in the dirt with me. The whole idea is fucking stupid. You're a stupid man.
Than trying to learn. To me, it's not about the mistakes made. It's about the lessons learned. And no one's trying to learn anything from this. They simply want to be heard, and they will shout to be heard.
They want to be heard. Do they want to listen?
No, they don't want to listen. They don't want to learn. And my issue in this is children are watching. Our kids are...
I have a big problem with these fucking multimillionaires sitting up in their ivory tower. Everybody wants to shout and be heard. Nobody wants to listen. You're like, what the fuck? Seriously? Fuck you guys. I don't want to listen to... fuck you. I'm not going to listen. I am not going to listen to you. Will somebody think about the children? I can tell you why the kids are losing faith in our system, because we're not giving them what they want. And what they want is so fucking simple. What they want what they want is a billionaire sentenced to death, like what they did in Vietnam.
There are some crimes Vietnam takes so seriously that if you're found guilty of them, you might die. Murder, rape, drug trafficking. Vietnam has some of the toughest drug laws in the world. But fraud and embezzlement, some white-collar crimes, are also punishable by death. And this woman, this billionaire, has just been sentenced to die.
Vietnamese billionaire Trong My Lan has been sentenced to death for...
Ain't that for you?
67-year-old Trong My Lan was found guilty of embezzlement, bribing state officials and violating bank lending regulations. It's been described as one of the greatest bank frauds in history.
Her crime, siphoning from one of the country's largest banks hundreds of trillions of dong. That's the local currency, worth close to $17 billion Canadian. That's big. Like, forget Theranos, forget FTX and Sam Bankman-Fried. This is bigger. The amount of financial damage she's alleged to have caused is equal to about 6% of the entire country's GDP. And what I didn't realize about this story at first is that her conviction is actually part of a much bigger story about how one of the fastest growing economies in Asia, some experts call Vietnam the next China, how it's grappling with a mountain of white-collar crime that could threaten everything. The crimes of Trong My Lan have been called one of the greatest bank frauds the world has ever seen. She was just found guilty of embezzlement, bribery, violating all kinds of banking rules. But how did she do it? How did she steal billions of dollars? Well, it starts with a bank Len actually helped to create. 3 banks strapped for cash merged into one with her oversight to create the Saigon Commercial Bank. Now, she didn't
Get the whiteboard out for this.
Vietnamese law that prohibits any individual from owning more than 5% of a bank's shares. So, according to prosecutors, she very much faked her way into near complete ownership. Hundreds of shell companies and people acting as proxies on her behalf, altogether buying more than just a controlling interest in the bank. By the end, Trong My Lan owned more than 90% of Saigon Commercial Bank. And when you control 90% of a bank, you control its money. The accusation was that Lan appointed her own people as managers, who then went on to approve the equivalent of about $60 billion Canadian in loans to all these shell companies that she had set up. Those loans added up to about 93% of all the bank's lending.
This is the largest case of corruption in Vietnamese history. It's arguably the largest case of corruption in history.
How did she do that without anyone knowing? Well, that's the other problem. People did know. For example, her driver was accused of pulling out billions of dollars from the bank in cash over a 3-year period to store in Lan's basement.
Billions?
Lan was accused of paying bribes, sometimes millions of dollars at a time, to keep things quiet. In all, more than 80 people were tried and convicted on charges ranging from bribery to abuse of power in connection with this epic decade-long scheme. Lan's husband got 9 years in jail, her niece 17 years, and a senior bank inspector who turned a blind eye, life in prison.
The scale of this corruption case is quite significant. It is not only, Chu Mi-Lang herself as a real estate tycoon, but also along with 84 associates and over 2,400 witnesses and experts, have been called.
The victims in all of this? All those people who bought bonds from the bank, hoping to earn a little interest down the road, but who may now get very little, if anything, back. Police identified around 42,000 victims, and this
music is tripping me out.
Story. The reason Vietnam's leaders want so desperately to make an example of Lan. The defendant's actions, read the judge's verdict, eroded people's trust in the leadership of the Communist Party and state.
The Communist Party leadership has built its legitimacy upon economic performance or performance more broadly, right? And the fact that corruption has been so rampant, so widespread, directly challenges its claim to this performance-based legitimacy.
Wait a minute, we're going to put her in blazing furnace?
Corruption has been a real problem in Vietnam. One survey by the UN asked thousands of Vietnamese citizens about how corruption affects their day-to-day. 40% of farmers interviewed said they had to bribe someone for a land use certificate. 40%. A third of people said a bribe was necessary for medical care, and 40% of people said bribes were necessary at school.
It is a widely accepted feature, not a bug, of many systems, including the Vietnamese system. That stuff is accepted societally, not just in Vietnam, but in many parts of the world. But there is a clear difference between that and the egregious mass graft that we see in the high-profile cases under this Blazing Furnace campaign.
We've seen a slew of headlines recently about bribery and abuse.
Is that how they're going to put him to death?
At the height of the pandemic, when a flood of Vietnamese citizens abroad who were suddenly stranded raced to get home to Vietnam across a border that was all but locked down. There was good money to be paid for the privilege of catching a flight home. 25 officials were found to have accepted bribes, totaling about $10 million Canadian. And it wasn't just low-level civil servants getting swept up in that scandal over repatriation flights. You know, who was allowed to operate them, who was allowed to board them. The deputy foreign minister was involved too, and sentenced to 16 years in jail.
Bravo!
Almost 10 years now, the current leader of Vietnam, Communist Party Secretary General Nguyen Phu Trong, he's made rooting out corruption a matter of political survival.
If you look at Vietnam's current political climate, what we see instead is a period of high degree of political fluctuation, a high degree of political factionalism. That, in fact, can really cause the question how stable politically Vietnam is.
Much of Truong's reputation is built around this
I like her.
called Blazing Furnace, cracking down on corruption. To date, 2 presidents and 2 deputy prime ministers have been forced to resign. Hundreds of officials either disciplined or jailed.
Vietnam's second president in just over a year has quit. Vo Van Thong, the youngest president in the country's history, took charge last March after the sudden dismissal of his predecessor over corruption charges.
According to one research group, over the past nearly 2,000 party members, including
Kick is weird like that,
and 50 military and police generals have been disciplined. Truong My Lan sentenced.
I don't get your guys' numbers in my tally over here. I only know who's watching on like YouTube right now, and even that number, like, it's usually off. It says I have 11 right now. I know there's more than one of you in the Kick chat.
To die for looting billions from a big bank, she is just the latest.
We're 12 minutes away from the next 420. It's 420 Central Time.
Peculiar time. I mentioned earlier how Vietnam is sometimes called the next China. Well, just look at its GDP numbers alone. In 2019, $334 billion.
Brother, you don't have to be the next China. You can just be the next Vietnam. Be the best Vietnam that you can be. I want to give you encouragement in life.
That was an increase of 8% over the previous year, 2018.
Well, I appreciate it. Meat cakes.
4% from the previous year. 2021, up 6%. 2022.
Which OnlyFans star?
And most recently, 2023, up.
May I recommend Vegas Cum Queen? She is one of my favorites. Lexi May will take real good care of you. Vegas Cum Queen.
You live in sexual anarchy?
5%. Vietnam has also attracted big foreign investment. Apple and its suppliers, for example, have looked for alternatives to manufacturing in China. So companies like Foxconn, which makes iPhones and iPads, are building factories.
I like supporting small creators.
At a time in Vietnam.
They benefit in a lot of ways. They benefit from cheaper labor in some of these countries that they're moving to. They benefit from being insulated from some of the geopolitical tensions that come with operating in China and continuing to expand in China.
But with more wealth flowing, the more money you need to keep things moving. This is Vietnam's predicament. How to tamp down on corruption, on a society that has had corrupt practices rooted in for so long without grinding everything to a halt.
The anti-corruption campaign...
Putting some people to death.
And perhaps that's because corruption was so widespread. But it's been so widespread that it has now provoked an atmosphere of fear, not just among Vietnamese business people and foreign investors, but also among...
When I say small creators, I mean small creators.
Afraid to make decisions.
I'm sure they appreciate my, like, $5 or $10 I throw them.
And so red tape has become just huge. It has immobilized decision making. And so many projects that were supposed to be underway are just going nowhere fast.
Vietnam's so-called trial of the century, which may result in the death of a billionaire, is, in a lot of ways, just the beginning of a much longer story.
They used to do Firing Squad. They did Firing Squad up until 2011, but it looks like this billionaire will die from lethal injection now. I feel like Firing Squad's better. I would appreciate Firing Squad. It is, it was Canadian. It's CBC News. Also, I'm amazed I'm not subscribed to CBC News. I'll give him a thumbs up for that. Thank you for giving me a fantastic story about a billionaire getting the death penalty. Wait a minute, what about dwarves? Oh my god! So I'm matched with a... Is that what... A little person on Grindr. Like, where they like tap me or something. Clinically didn't hate the story. But they were like fucking crazy. They started talking crazy shit to me. And like I'm like, no, I'm not doing this. Like something about like, hey daddy, come over here and like share me with a whole bunch of other men and blah blah. I'm like, what other men? What are you talking about? This is insane. Yeah, you're probably a spinner. Oh, RB, yes, small. It's that fucking YouTube delay. Small. That's great. Did you just call me a prude? What? How am I a prude? Oh, goddamn. Here's a story you won't like clinically. Let's do this. Oh, content warning.
Here behind me is where a scam call turned deadly, and I'm going to step out of the way here.
I'm sorry. I'm usually not a pre-watch Andy, but I pre-watched this one because it happened a few days ago. I didn't know if I was actually going to do this on the show, but like, goddamn, if you guys have not seen this story, it is fucking wild. Oh my god. Cosmic Fox, when did I said no to sex once? That doesn't sound like me at all. Okay, maybe a couple of times. As I get older, it's not worth the effort anymore. I'll go enjoy my OnlyFans subscriptions and go to bed and play video games. I do say yes to most things. Saying.
Here behind me is where a scam call turned deadly, and I'm going to step out of the way here so you can get a look here. The man who lives here is accused of shooting and killing an Uber driver. Anarchy? He now faces a murder charge and potential other charges. According to reports, authorities say William Brock had been receiving multiple threatening scam calls the morning of March 25th. The calls were concerning an incarcerated relative, and Brock was told to meet at the courthouse to pay a ransom of $12,000 in bail money, or they would kill him and his relative. Around the same time of the call, Lolitha Hall received directions from the same person or an accomplice, instructing her to go to Brock's home to pick up a package for delivery. Dashcam video from Hall's car shows her arrive to Brock's home to pick up that
It's the chat, not me.
According to reports from the Clark County Sheriff's Office, Brock allegedly had a gun. This video appears to confirm that. The incident report says Brock allegedly took Hall's phone and wouldn't let her leave, and when she tried to go, authorities say Brock then shot.
Yes, this is tragic because both of them were being scammed. And I was skeptical of the claims, but apparently they were confirmed that there was indeed a scammer.
Hall. They started fighting, and he shot her 2 more times. Authorities received a call from Brock saying he had shot someone on his property because they were trying to rob him. When units arrived, they found Hall with multiple gunshot wounds, and Brock was bleeding from his head. Hall was flown to Kettering Hospital in Dayton, where she died. Reports say while officials were on scene, Brock's landline phone kept ringing, and when one officer picked it up, the man on the other line said he was an officer, and the real officer explained what happened and asked the caller to meet, and he agreed, but never showed up. We reached out to Uber, and they responded with this statement saying in part, quote, "There is no other way to describe this incident than a horrific tragedy. Our hearts continue to be with Lolitha's loved ones as they grieve her sudden loss. We have been in contact with law enforcement and remain committed to supporting their investigation."
Okay, I shouldn't be like this, but the auto closed captioning said Lolitha as low beef.
Hearts continue to be with Lolitha's loved ones as they grieve her sudden loss. We have been in contact with law enforcement and remain
4 minutes until 4:20.
End quote. Uber also went on to say the account of the individual who ordered the Uber trip has been banned. The sheriff's office is also reminding...
You just banned the account? No, that's not what you do. You give the police department the information that you have for the person that created the account. You have to have a lot of information to create. I do not understand how they... Oh, we'll just ban the account. Seriously. This whole fucking situation is insane. I have some sympathy for the man. He shouldn't have shot her though. My God. Battle Opossum, welcome. You got here just in time for 4:20 in Central Time. We are 3 minutes away. My God. Battle Opossum, you got here for 4:20 in Central Time. And guess what utensil I am using for this 4:20? Battle Opossum made this for me. Made this pipe for me. What we will be partaking on 4:20 here in 2 minutes. I'm sorry to lead us into 4:20 with such a bummer story. Hillbilly Days is a trip. I've done like 2 different documentaries on it. It has a rich history in my hometown of Pikeville, Kentucky. I am an honorary hillbilly. Hillbilly Clan is part of the shrine, blah blah blah, whatever the fuck it's called. You know, like the Shriners Hospital and all that good shit. Yeah, it's on my YouTube. It's in my movies section. It will be 4:20 in 50 seconds. To prepare your marijuana accoutrements. Smoke 'em if you got 'em. Go ahead, light one up, tip one back. We are 30 seconds away. "20 seconds from 4:20 in the Central Time Zone." I'm back on the East Coast, so I've already done my 4:20. We're getting ready to celebrate the Central Time. That'd be 4:20 Central Time on 4:20 Earth Yearly Time. It's definitely 4:20 somewhere right now. I went back, I retimed everything out. 4:20 is on the screen for exactly 1 minute during 4:20. made sure that the countdown, for some reason the countdown was like 15 seconds. And I'm like, well, that's not a proper countdown if it ain't right. So I had to go make the countdown right. I fucking love this song. This will be the Troll Patrol 420 anniversary special Smoking Pot theme song. No copyright, public domain, free use music. Smoking Pot. You say you're taking a shit? God damn it. Jesse.
Life is too short to walk this earth for a crusty asshole. Wash your ass.
Disgusting fucker. I'm here laying a turd on my show. On my anniversary. What the fuck is wrong with you? Libertad. He is a resident fecalologist. Ditching politics and taking on glass blowing as a hobby. I am not my creativity is not with my hands. And I most certainly I can't make things that look pretty. Don't ask me to wrap the present. This is gonna look janky. I am a good cook, but like the presentation is not the thing that you're going to appreciate about the meal that you eat at my house. Also, Battle of Possum asking me for like a recipe and shit. I don't fucking know. Like I feel it. I feel the cooking spirit. I go where it leads me. If we are 56 minutes away from 420 in Mountain Time. I meant to set it up to where we had the map. Where we would be able to get... I'm sorry I didn't do that. Where I can tell you exactly where we would be 420ing at. It is Mountain Time. I know that. It'll give us all the other locales. I will definitely look that up, especially when we get to like the island nations. And there's some weird time zones where 420 falls like at like a 40 our time. Some island out there in the middle of the ocean that has a weird fucking time zone. All right, we're done with the unpot related news. Mostly. We've still got an OJ segment coming up. But now we move on to the pot section of the show. We're going to discuss Thailand's cannabis industry.
โอ้แลดูแบบแบดทันทีเลยฮะผมให้ทั้งนาโชและ Breaking Bad.
I still... Can someone explain to me what an iceberg is? I see all these videos. Like the South Park iceberg. And the Metal Gear iceberg. And the Simpsons. What the fuck does that mean? I have no earthly idea. And like, what is the meme where like I'm too far behind now to ask and get you? Okay, so I've had this concept for like YouTube videos I've wanted to make for a while, but I've never gotten around to it. I was gonna do like the top 10 lists. I was going to do a how-to video of how to look up how-to videos. And one of the things is I was going to do the iceberg. But I have no fucking idea what an iceberg is. A list with increasing obscurity. What do you mean obscurity? I don't understand. What do you, increasing obscurity? That doesn't answer what an iceberg is. I mean, I know what an iceberg is. It's the thing that took down the Titanic. Something lurking underneath the water? God damn it, Battle Opossum over here still talking about his asshole. But that's true. I've made that point. Fucking Pumpkin Spice Curiouser, we've had this conversation before. I'm like, every single person I know that has a bidet won't shut up about how much they love their bidet. I've never met anybody that's been like just okay about a bidet. Every single person that has used one has been like emphatic about how much they fucking love a bidet. That's like the lurking under the water thing is like the obscurity. So you have the thing that is known, which is the top of the iceberg. Then you've got a funnel type list that goes under the, and most people don't know this part about the undercurrent. Tehran is 20 minutes off. See these weird fucking time zones. Also, Tehran, beautiful city. If you've ever seen pictures of Tehran, it is a shame we don't have better relations with Iran so that I might be better at doing a show in the afternoon, to be honest with you. I'm probably far more alert. There's times I cut the end of the show and like I'm really mumbling and blah, blah, blah. Bigfoot versus Bigfoot specific foot interactions. Infections versus foot. Now I'm completely confused. Bigfoot specific foot infections. Well, hello. I have company. She is not going to. She's going to do her best to not appear on camera. I don't know how she's going to do it because she's like takes another fucking foot forward, and she is on camera. This is great. I don't. Do you want me to turn the camera off and let you come around? Oh my God. Richard! Oh my God, I got a blizzard! She went into the kitchen. She did not. Oh. I got an Oreo blizzard. I probably should not eat on camera. That is probably not a good idea.
ที่เอสโคบาร์นะฮะรูปเนี้ยไปหลุดที่อเมริกานี่ผมเตรียมโดนวอนเฟดแล้ว
I
นะ
don't even remember what this was about.
This room stores premium grade cannabis flowers worth almost $1 million.
กิโลกันทั่วไปเนี่ยตีแบบว่าแค่หลักแสนเนี่ยก็น่าจะอยู่ประมาณ30กว่าเพราะในนี้มีอยู่300กว่าโล
This cannabis farm sprang up on a gigantic rice field in.
That's the thing is, I like my background when you know it's not daylight.
It's not the only one. The BBC has
I already got fucking
across the
blizzard all
province.
over.
It shows how fast the cannabis industry has grown in less than 2 years since it was legalized. But now the government looks set to make a U-turn. by banning its recreational use, leaving this big business in limbo. Thailand became the first Asian country to legalize cannabis in 2022. This is one of the first customers buying cannabis for recreational use. Since then, around 20,000 cannabis shops and dispensaries have opened across Thailand. They are mostly situated in nightlife districts where foreign tourists like to stay. In Bangkok, you can find a cannabis shop on almost every street corner. But it's here in Kansai where most of the cannabis for the local market is grown. These rice fields are now home to cannabis farms as big as factories.
กัญชายังไงเราก็หนีไม่ได้คือเจตคติพวกแบบทำให้รู้สึกมันดูน่ากลัวเราก็ไม่อยากให้มันไปอยู่ในแหล่งชุมชนไม่อยากอยู่ใกล้ผู้คนเท่าไหร่เราก็เลยมาเลือกพื้นที่ทุ่งนาเราเลยมองว่านี่แหละคือโอเอซิสพยายามสร้างสิ่งปลูกสร้างหรือความเจริญในทุ่งนาแห่งนี้ประมาณ150 กิโล
There are almost 600,000 cannabis plants being grown in Kanchanaburi.
I had a cat cam at one of the apartments.
To the largest weed farm in Asia.
ถ้าพูดถึงในเอเชียเราก็คือเบอร์หนึ่งในนิคมอุตสาหกรรมกัญชาแห่งนี้เนี่ยในไซโยกเนี่ยนะครับผมมีทั้งสิ้น350 ไร่เราแยกออกเป็นพื้นที่ของอินดอร์เป็นอินดอร์ไลติ้งแบบโรงปิดแบบมาตรฐานประมาณ60 โรงปลูก
Yeah, it's like that Bill Hicks joke. I quit smoking but I didn't think I'd become one of you. Oh, it's so bad for your health. Why do you do that to your lungs? I would be a bidet user, but if I didn't think I would become one of those people that are annoying as fuck talking about their love of bidets. Fucking Maynard is a dick, especially to you. He's such a loving cat to me, but like other people, he's an asshole. But he's just over there sleeping right now. He ain't bothering nobody.
ในอินดอร์ผมจะสามารถทำได้ประมาณ2 เดือนประมาณ3 ตัน1 เดือนประมาณ 1,500 กิโลส่วนเอาท์ดอร์เราจะได้ประมาณ3,000 กิโล
Premium grade cannabis flowers are sold for more than $30 per gram. If 1 kilogram is worth $30,000, it means this farm can produce indoor-grown cannabis worth $45 million every month. The cannabis industry in Thailand is projected to be worth $1 billion this year.
I didn't know I was going to have company before I got on the stream.
Next year.
Probably smells like cat piss in here.
The highly profitable business is facing a potential crisis.
Luckily, if there's anybody that knows more about cat piss smell, it's her.
ใช้แบบนี้เยอะมากมีการทำบ้องกัญชาทำบุหรี่ทำเขียงทำหั่นอะไรเยอะแยะไปหมด
Cosmic Fox, I went to Maynard's 60th birthday celebration, and Primus did. And now I'm hearing myself echo in here. Are you wanting to be on camera? Because you totally are. Don't kick Maynard out of his seat. And yeah, like I'm echoing to myself. Like how long of a delay is that? God damn. YouTube is bad. I think it would sound like we were still talking about TikTok ban over there. That was like an hour ago. Oh, no, I've got this. She winced at Battle Opossum's hand card pipe. My God, come over, complain about everything in my apartment. You gonna tell me to close my window here in a second? Oh shit. Apparently she's gonna roll herself a joint here. Have a bong packed. Yes, everything's on camera. Don't have any papers. But anyway, Primus did the cat had Maynard come out part, so we got Maynard the cat. I've got blizzard all over me. Thank you for the blizzard. I appreciate it. Dairy Queen's got some chicken fingers. They've got some cheese curds. He almost got cheese curds. Did not get cheese curds. Anyway. But we've also, oh, she's gonna, and I have a helper now, apparently. I have a bud tender. My tray to. This, would you like the? Oh my God. Being sassy over
ซึ่ง
here.
ลักษณะแบบเนี้ยมันเป็นการใช้ผิดประเภท
I don't even remember what this video was that we were watching.
Cannabis legalization is
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, Thailand's like cracking down on weed and it's a threat to their cannabis industry. Boom. Germany legalizing weed partially
To Germany
just a couple
next,
weeks
and
ago.
from today, people there can legally smoke cannabis in public. Hundreds of people filled Berlin's Brandenburg Gate at midnight.
Hold on, let me help her out. I will use a different monitor. There we go.
Embrace smoking as the new law came into effect. The part decriminalisation follows decades of contentious debate in
RB won a blizzard.
Rules around medical marijuana are also being relaxed. Our Berlin correspondent Jessica Parker reports now from the city of Dresden.
It's out in the open. Adults in Germany can now possess up to 25 grams of cannabis in public, enough to make dozens of joints, and grow up to 3 plants at home.
To deal with it.
We demand everything.
People like Marcel are planning newly permitted cannabis social clubs, not for tourists though, just German residents.
Every gram from cannabis, which
He looks like he'd be a friend of mine.
1 gram, that's not on the black market.
What do you say to people who say, look, cannabis is addictive and it is harmful, especially to young people?
Everything have dark sides, and you have to know about the dark sides.
Yes, Germany could use some chilling out.
Illegal. You can free talk about these dark sides.
But these cannabis clubs in cities like Dresden won't pop up overnight and come with their own rules, exacerbating fears that demand will quickly outstrip legal supply.
We assume that the black market will be strengthened, particularly at the beginning in the chaos phase, when demand will be great because
that makes sense.
The black market and criminal networks will adapt, and they will also
feel weird without my headphones on.
Clubs.
It's a high security class.
Into the highly secure halls of a medical cannabis grower, who are also seeing some deregulation.
Cannabis will not be a narcotic anymore in Germany. It will be just as any other pharmaceutical product, which makes it much more easier for patients to get it from a doctor and to get it from the pharmacy.
They keep this room at around 23 degrees, but it's also
You're smoking some really good cough medicine.
Now there are 650-ish plants in this room, and they are almost ready to be harvested.
And the psychoactive substance is
The benefits of medical cannabis are debated, while the relaxation around recreational use has been contentious. This is an argument in Germany that likely...
RB's been doing weed since 1969. Not addicted at all. Also, nice.
Well, I've been getting more reaction to this story from Steve Rolls. He's a senior policy analyst at Transform Drugs Foundation. That's a charity that works to create what it says is a just and effective system of legal regulation for all drugs. He told me what he thought of this move by Germany.
I think it's very significant. I mean, a number of countries in Europe have been making this move. Germany's not the first. Malta actually changed its law in 2021. Luxembourg changed their laws in 2022.
This is like the Chris Hayes
famously
German cousin
reforms in the Netherlands, and Switzerland and Czech Republic are also doing it. So Germany's actually at the part of a wave of reforms that are sweeping across Europe, but I think perhaps it's the most politically significant, just really because of its political significance within the European Union and within the world. So when Germany does something, I think people are going to take notice. You know, it's 100 times bigger in population terms than either Luxembourg or Malta. And it's very hard to.
Who are you to question Malta?
Actor within Europe, and they're a serious player on the global stage. So it's a very big deal, and I'm sure that the impacts of this are going to ripple around Europe and the world.
So do you think there will be more countries looking to Germany?
He was really pissing on. He was pissing on Malta the way I'd piss in Dan Crenshaw's eye pussy.
Yes, I mean, undoubtedly, we're seeing. You know, 10 years ago, nowhere in the world had actually formally legalized and regulated adult use recreational cannabis.
That was the first one of the night. Does anybody want to keep a tally? Do you want to do an over/under on how many there are before the end of the night?
And today there's 45 or so jurisdictions around the world, and more than 500 million jurisdictions that are in the process of or have already implemented legal access to recreational cannabis. So clearly there's a trend here. There's a growing movement, and I think Germany just represents growing momentum in that direction. I think other countries are going to look at what happens in Germany and other countries, see that whilst it may not be ideal, it's certainly better than the obvious failings of prohibition and the war on drugs. And they're going to be thinking, well, we should be considering this. You know, we may not.
I didn't put you to work. God damn it.
They do, and we have a choice. We can either leave that market in the hands of organised crime groups and unregulated dealers, or we can try and regulate it within the ambit of the state and try and reduce the harms that cannabis can cause to individual users and to the wider community. And Germany have been very clear that it's a public health measure and a community safety measure.
Yes, although some doctors there are saying that the liberalisation is actually going to fuel drugs.
And it's a get fucking high measure.
Well, I mean, that hasn't really been the experience in countries that have made this move already. There's been reforms of different natures. It's quite difficult to generalise because different countries have taken very.
Look at those buds.
But
those are
Canada,
amazing.
For example, you know, use has gone up marginally, but not interestingly amongst youth, which is where a lot of the concerns are focused. But of course, use has been rising for decades. Use of cannabis has been rising for decades under prohibition, under the war on drugs. So, you know, there's not really any evidence that a punitive enforcement approach can somehow eradicate drug use or eradicate markets. So this is a pragmatic position that deals with reality.
But to be fair, the U.S. has been on one too.
And if it's not met through some legally regulated, responsible government system, it will be met anyway through an illegal market controlled by organised crime groups. So you might want to look at it as the least worst option, but it's a pragmatic one, and more governments are going down that road.
Damn right. Good on Germany. Now she's coming in here trying to deter what we be watching and shit. No, we're going to listen to a treatment expert tell us about how weed has way more fucking THC content than it used to. We getting way higher than we used to.
Conversation is much more around the use of THC, the psychoactive component in the cannabis plant.
He don't look like he's fun.
Ben Courts talked with several groups in Billings, including the City Council on Monday night, before heading to Miles City on Tuesday.
The biggest hope that I have for Montana is that you consider potency caps. Right now, there's absolutely no limit on how strong the products can be.
Court is the CEO of NRT Behavioral Health in Colorado, and he would like to see caps on THC because of what he sees in people he tries to help.
Everything from depressive disorders, anxiety disorders, all the way up through the...
Wait, is that what they mean by no cap? Whoa, I just got it. Oh my God. I am such a boomer. No, it would be like no cap on anything like that. It would totally mean that. What else would it mean? God damn it.
Extreme forms of schizophrenia, seeing and hearing things that nobody else is, extreme paranoia.
406 Organics is a marijuana dispensary halfway between Billings and Roundup on Highway 87. While it's outside the city limits, the owner here is also the founder of the Montana Cannabis Industry Association, and he has concerns about the talk about putting a cap on THC.
Product information that you give to the consumers, they make a more balanced choice.
Richard, did I tell you good afternoon?
Not necessarily about the potency or the effect that comes out just from THC.
Nathan Pierce owns 406 Organics. He also disagrees with court about mental health issues in marijuana.
There's quite a few factors that could play into effect that cannabis may be attributed to, but that actually isn't the core reason for the psychosis or the mental issues that the persons are dealing with.
Court helps people trying to overcome addictions, and he recovered from marijuana addiction in 1996.
The majority of people
She made an icky face at me. God damn it.
are alive.
Councilman Tom Rupsis says he supports legalization of marijuana, but says it should be in a regulated environment with control over dosages for medical marijuana. And he said he would support THC caps.
Scientifically, you're in the right. Politically, you're dead if you do that. I'd love it if somebody died on that hill.
That cannabis may be attributed to, but that actually isn't the core reason for the psychosis or the mental issues that the persons are dealing with.
Court helps people trying to overcome addictions, and he recovered from marijuana addiction in 1996.
The majority of...
Wait, whoa. Whoa, is that what you wanted to hear clinically? He recovered. Let me see this motherfucker that recovered from marijuana addiction. That guy, this guy recovered from marijuana addiction. Yes, I bet he did.
Cannabis may be attributed to, but that actually isn't the core reason for the psychosis or the mental issues that the persons are dealing with.
Court helps people trying to overcome addictions,
and
he recovered from marijuana addiction in 1996.
The majority of people in my life
This guy recovered.
Are no longer alive.
Okay, that makes sense. Whoa. Did he say, like, his friends are no longer alive? They OD'd on marijuana.
Addiction in 1996.
The majority of people in my life I went through this with are no longer alive.
Councilman Tom...
I'm okay, so like I'm not discounting his story, but if that happened, there were other drugs involved. He wasn't just on the fucking weed. Let's not denigrate hillbillies now. Weed addiction.
Rupsis says he supports legalization of marijuana, but says it should be in a regulated environment with control over dosages for medical marijuana. And he said he would support THC caps.
Scientifically, you're in the right. Politically, you're dead if you do that. I'd love it if somebody died on that hill.
Can you send me suggested language? I'm willing to die on that hill.
Did he say he wanted someone to die, or he wanted to die on that hill?
Politically, you're dead if you do that. I'd love it if somebody died on that hill.
Can you send me suggested language? I'm willing to die on that hill.
Rupsis also hopes to propose an ordinance by this summer. In Billings, David J., MTN News.
I'm shocked. I'm shocked. Meanwhile, marijuana is not killing people, it's actually helping people. THC pill for people with insomnia. As soon as I can get the thing to let me make it full screen. For a second, Brock. Well, they haven't seen any of that. It's just been like me on screen. Yeah.
Could be the key to a good night's sleep. A Melbourne biotech now recruiting Australians starved of shut-eye to be part of a clinical trial.
Across Australia, sleep labs like this are busy around the clock treating patients who struggle to nod off.
Helps me sleep.
At any given time, 10% of the adult population.
I will sleep well tonight.
From a persistent form of insomnia.
Leading sleep expert Associate Professor Darren Mansfield says our collective sleeplessness is due in part to the 24/7 demands of modern life.
We have a gig economy. We have people who are working 2 jobs. We have people that are working shifts.
Now, Aussie biotech company Avecho is hoping this blue capsule...
Fair enough, RB, fair enough.
...in the quest for rest.
It's just to take the edge off. You can get a good night's sleep.
That's a fucking horse pill.
Taken once daily before bed, the capsule contains cannabidiol, or CBD for short. This is a synthetic medication chemically similar to cannabis, which mimics the calming properties of the plant.
So it's pharmaceutical grade, it's not an oil, it's not medicinal cannabis.
CEO
Motherfucker over here looks like Alan Thicke.
From the medicines regulator, the TGA, the company will conduct one of the largest ever Australian clinical trials of a CBD medication in the treatment.
Fair enough, clinically. Had issues when he was a teen sleeping. School started when he wasn't ready to be awake. School does start way too goddamn early. I hated the 8 a.m. classes. I did not like having any class in college until like I think 12:45. There was like 12:30 and 12:45 depending on what day it was. Like I was like, that perfect start time. I have a chance to be awake, drink my coffee,
Get
high.
Episodic insomnia, which is sleep disturbance that lasts between 1 and 3 months.
It's a big study, 519 patients, 3 treatment groups, and really comparing the effect of CBD versus a placebo.
Insomnia sufferers keen to volunteer for the trial of this little
pill is huge.
Capsule should understand that strict patient criteria applies. To find out more, go to the study website. Emily Rice, 9 News.
I mean, they all kind of got to be uniform, right? Like you can't have your elementary school start. I mean, I guess your kindergarten can start whenever the fuck, like, you know, maybe even if he pisses on my sandals sometimes. If he pisses on my, oh my God, socks. Don't you dare. Don't you dare piss on my sandal. He's getting ready to. You guys are seeing it live on stream. Fair enough. Fair enough. Like he does that when his litter box is not up to his standards, and I have not cleaned it today, so I understand, buddy. I understand. Yeah, he's just doing a peaceful protest. Oh, fuck. No, it's growing back. Look at this shit. I got a little mini mullet. I'll smoke a joint. Holy shit, it is 26 minutes until the next 420. We don't have to wait. The FDA now says that weed is medicine. As if we needed that confirmation from them. I thought you were going to say that was the cutest big fat cat.
Recently did a story about how medical marijuana is being authorized for use for small children in Florida living with an illness. And now the FDA is saying the drug should be classified differently to better protect patients.
Here's our Anthony Hill with more.
The FDA released a report saying that marijuana does have a legitimate use for medical purposes.
One toke per time zone.
Enforcement agency to change the drug classification from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3.
So why do you think they came to that conclusion, that it's not appropriate to have it as a Schedule 1 drug?
Because the definition of a Schedule 1 drug says has no health benefits to it.
The Patton Oswalt character.
Plenty of research that has documented the multitudes of ways that cannabis can be helpful.
Though not all in the medical community agree, many people swear
that was a cartoon character
effects of marijuana to help treat symptoms of cancer, anxiety, PTSD, and epilepsy.
So it's no longer appropriate to say that there's no medical benefit when there's hundreds, if not
You host the
thousands
show
of
if I go clean his
medical
litter
studies that
box?
show the opposite.
As a schedule,
You won't host the show.
marijuana is in the same
Go clean his litter
category as
box?
some of the hardest drugs, like heroin and LSD, which
He's gonna piss on my sandal.
classified as being more dangerous than fentanyl and methamphetamine.
So what happens after this?
What happens after this is the federal government has more decisions to make as to what they're going to next, what their next move is.
The Department of Health and Human Services formally recommended that the DEA
I gotta
reschedule
go clean
marijuana
his
to
litter
Schedule
box.
3.
He's not gonna leave me alone.
After the Biden administration asked them to review how the drug is classified.
I can leave Cosmic Fox in charge.
Democrats urged Biden,
and she can comment on our next story.
Entirely, meaning
we
you
are
do not need a doctor's authorization to use marijuana.
6 years on. I have to go clean his litter box. He will not stop at this point. So Melanie, we are 6 years on from legalization in Canada. That's what this is about. You should be in charge. You're gonna guide us through this.
With sales numbers showing $4.7 billion spent from 2022 to 2023. And as those sales grow, new data from Statistics Canada show more Canadians are buying from the legal market. The 2023 National Cannabis Survey found more than 2 in 3 cannabis consumers are buying legally, and among those who used the product in the 12 months before the survey, almost 72% say they bought only from legal sources.
It's just nice to see that, you know, our work and the work of our peers is paying off.
The data also showed 38% said product safety was the main reason for buying, followed by convenience at 17% and following the law at 13%. Matthew Greenwood owns Up and Smoke, a cannabis retail store in British Columbia. He's also a member of the Retail Cannabis Council of BC. He buys products directly from cannabis growers, allowing for what he says is more transparency.
I can look every consumer in the eye and say, I know where the best weed at Up and Smoke comes from. I've met the farmer, I've been to the farm, and I buy it farm fresh every week.
Health consultant and pharmacist Ken Weisbrod says he has concerns, however, with the concept of safety in cannabis. With more than 3,000 legal cannabis stores in Canada, he questions what Canadians walking by a store may assume.
So you walk by and, hey, man, this must be safe, because the government approved it.
More than 1/3 of Canadians aged 18 to 44 and 1 in 7 adults 45 and older used cannabis in 2023. And according to Statistics Canada, 38% were 18 to 24. It's why Weisbrod adds he's not opposed to buying from legal sources, but believes more study is needed into the product's impact on the body, especially with younger Canadians being the ones using it the most.
There are guide rails to the legal source, which is great. There needs to be a lot more.
Sean Prevost, Global News.
I had no idea that. I thought it was yeah, let's find out what that is.
Like and subscribe right now, or this spider will crawl on your face when you're sleeping.
Oh no, this is like a bullshit kind of clickbait. News story about a jaguar getting stuck on a pole. That would have been fun. Yeah, the cats are in there using the litter box now. Fair enough, as long as it got down there safely. So I assume weed's going good in Canada? Is that what they said? You weren't paying attention?
Is it?
This looks like a debate.
It's illegal. That's not true.
But it's not. Yes, these two advocates fundamentally disagree about a major policy issue.
I support the legalization and regulation of cannabis for adults.
I oppose legalization of cannabis.
We could have just had them show up and fight it out. That's how these things usually go.
No, I think...
But when you watch people argue, are you judging content or style? And how do you know if they're even telling the truth? So we wanted to try something different. We asked both Paul and Will to send us 5 facts about cannabis legalization that their opponent would have to concede are true. They fact-checked each other, we fact-checked them too. And after going back and forth on the exact phrasing, we landed on 6. Do you both agree that these are true?
Yes.
Yes, I do.
They'll each present their facts and get to respond to the other's facts with a footnote. Okay, here we go.
National polls consistently show that a majority of the American public support legalizing marijuana. In 1969, a minority supported legalization. Today, it's nearly 70%. As more states have adopted legalization, support among the public has risen in parallel. There's no buyer's remorse.
My footnote to that would be these polls often give what we believe is to be a false dichotomy of choice. If I have to choose between arrest and incarceration or legalization, I'm going to choose legalization as well. But when we dig a little bit deeper, and there's some national polls from Emerson that show that support for legalization falls well below 50% when people are presented with other options, such as decriminalization and the medicinal use of the cannabis plant.
Well, let's talk about those polls, Will. Even when you provide more choices, the most popular choice is legalizing marijuana by adults.
My name is Will Jones. I'm the Director of Community Engagement and Outreach at Smart Approaches to Marijuana. I really believe that we can explore better policy options when it comes to marijuana policy than either criminalization or commercialization. Decriminalization removes penalties for the personal possession and use of marijuana. Legalization and commercialization would allow for businesses to market and sell marijuana. And so that's the primary difference between the two. A recent study reported higher rates of fatal car crashes in states that had legal recreational marijuana. We have to look at what are all the areas of society and of public health and safety that are going to be impacted through legalization and commercialization.
In fact, the study you cited looked at a subset of states. Even the authors of the studies acknowledge it may have nothing to do with the change in the status of marijuana at all, that there's a number of different confounders. Fortunately, we have real-world experience in this country, reducing rates of drunk driving. I am confident that we can continue to reduce rates of
missing all this shit. I wanted to watch my own fucking show.
You have
ever drink refilled.
That increases use.
Pissed in Dan Crenshaw's eye pussy.
You have more people using that percentage of
the litter boxes are clean.
Going to represent a larger number of people.
Do we know whether use of marijuana goes up?
RB's talking about side booby.
To go up in people that
need a titty slap.
26. So, yes.
Come on. The vision here is that we can craft policy with marijuana where we don't create something that creates a negative public health impact that we then have to address with massive campaigns.
You're in smoky space.
My name is Paul Armentano. I always believe strongly in civil liberties, in a world that doesn't just
Am I on this guy's side or am I against him?
But celebrates the use of alcohol. It is unjust to be ruining people's lives over their use of a plant. Police in the United States still make hundreds of thousands of low-level marijuana arrests every year. Over 90% of those arrests are for simple possession, and the results of these arrests are significant. People lose their jobs, people lose their professional licensure, their rights.
Wait, is Eddie Winslow against weed legalization?
Subsidize housing. In some states,
it was that racist. God damn, I'm horrible.
Those arrested disproportionately are young people, poor people, and people of color.
So I'd agree 100% that there is systemic inequality and injustice in the way that the enforcement of marijuana laws has been carried out in our country. But when we look at the data from states that have legalized, we see that
they're raking in the tax money.
Enforcement, even around the laws of legalization, continues to exist. We still continue to see disparities.
Absolutely. Nobody ever said legalizing cannabis was going to end systemic racism or even racism in policing. But it certainly removes a major tool from that toolbox. And we've seen in states—
Watch out, he'll go for your blizzard.
Arrests for marijuana.
It don't mean he won't knock it over, stick his whole head in it and shit.
A 2017 survey—
And he'll have ice cream all over his little face.
of marijuana business owners in the U.S. are white. This is a huge contrast to the people that are most often talked about when we hear about
This is a problem.
Entrepreneurs of color and in reinvesting in communities harmed by the war on drugs. That's a great idea, but that's not the reality of how it's panning out at all. The other concern is that the placement of marijuana businesses is disproportionately in communities of color, just like we see with liquor stores.
We all want to see greater inclusion in the commercial marijuana industry. Of course, one of the reasons we don't have that diversity now is because the federal law treats cannabis as a Schedule I controlled substance, which means that banks and other financial institutions will not provide lending, will not provide loans to these would-be entrepreneurs to allow them to get their foot in the door. In fact,
this has been a good discussion, at least what I've seen of it.
Potential fix, the Safe Banking Act. But your organization, Will, opposes that change in federal policy, which would help remedy this very situation.
Even throwing shade at him.
Because the Safe Banking Act would open the floodgates to huge tobacco companies and alcohol companies totally taking over the industry. And it's a great idea that we want to have small entrepreneurs get into this, but we know how business works in the US. We know how capitalism works. On multiple fronts, we're going to continue to see this inequality exist.
Decriminalization leaves the unregulated marketplace intact, and it continues to perpetuate.
Has his argument been this entire time is that we shouldn't legalize it because it's still disproportionately, you know, all the systemic racism that affects black people and all the other walks of life also affects like weed entrepreneurship. Is that what they're talking about?
Police interaction with the community.
It shouldn't have to perpetuate law enforcement. I think that we can craft decriminalization in a way that completely removes it from the criminal justice system and treats it more as a health issue. I think like Portugal has done a great job at destigmatizing use and for people that have problematic use to have services provided for them.
When you say that if decriminalization perpetuates law enforcement contact with marijuana users and sellers, can you explain why that would be? If it's not a crime, why are the police involved?
Because marijuana is illicit, which means it's contraband. So if the police encounter someone possessing or using cannabis, they have a legal responsibility to interact, to seize that cannabis. They also can continue to search individuals, pull them over, frisk them because they claim they smelled cannabis. Because again, cannabis itself is an illicit substance, not a legal one.
And if a decriminalization law allows for that, then it's a poorly crafted decriminalization law.
Will, it sounds like you want Washington, D.C. People can possess marijuana, they can grow marijuana, but there's no regulated commercial market for people to obtain marijuana. And that's why we have unregulated shops gifting marijuana products, selling
I mean, if that's the only thing that's on the table, I'll take it. And like, you know, if I had a house, I'd grow my own. I probably would, you know, anyway. So like, I would take that law, but still, it seems weird that you're missing out on the tax revenue that you could generate from having a commercial enterprise. It's absurd because you just look at Colorado and all the like exceeded all projections of how much tax revenue they would raise.
Regulated products. Is that a preferable policy to one where the commercial market is licensed and regulated?
I do think it's preferable, but I think that is because the shops came into place with the understanding that eventually it would be commercialized. Even more ideally, we create a new world, a new concept where it's like, hey, grow this yourself.
10 minutes until the next 420.
Do that, but this is not something that we're going to allow industries to sell.
Smoke that big fat joint.
Big tobacco and alcohol companies have invested billions of dollars into the cannabis industry and are lobbying for legalization at the federal and state levels. And this is especially concerning because we know the track record that these companies have of addiction for profit, whether we're talking about alcohol or the tobacco industries. It raises some concerns for public health that I think are very important.
Certainly, there are commercial interests, But to imply that they are the ones driving this train is simply disingenuous. This is an issue that was largely pushed on the grassroots level 20, 30 years ago, and it remains the grassroots level that's pushing this issue today. Not corporations, not big business, but in fact, the people.
Whoever's pushed this for 20 years, at the end of the day, there's big tobacco and alcohol companies standing by, ready to profit off of that, and that's a big concern.
Well, fuck them then. Let's do some trust busting.
Bill's proposed solutions, policies like decriminalization, don't go far enough. Because at the end of the day, if we don't want criminal entrepreneurs being the ones providing cannabis, if we want purity of products, if we want products that are labeled and regulated, then we have to have.
Yeah, I'm down with the criminal entrepreneurs.
Because we can't impose regulations and rules on a decriminalized substance.
What this discussion has shown is that
I know some really good people that put themselves through college selling pot on the black market.
we need to move past the punitive policies that we've had for marijuana in the past years in our country, while still avoiding the excesses of commercialization. What you see from continued habitual use for heavy users, that's where you start to see the negative public health costs, whether that's on driving, whether that's on mental health, whether that's on youth use. We have to move
brother, legal, not legal. I almost said unlegal. Legal, not legal. I'm gonna smoke it, son. Like, so you just might as well legalize it. Oh, is that racist? God damn. Well, add it to the list. We are coming up on 420 in Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Denver, Boise, Edmonton, Inuvik, Mazatlan, Calgary, Alberta, and Edmonton. This will be the next 420. So 7 minutes to get your marijuana accoutrements. Curious or is very. Do you have your fat joint? Can I see it? This is the fat joint that Curiouser rolled. That is a fat doobie. Apparently she expended 2. Rolling, were they 1.25 or 1.5? 2.5. They were the smaller papers. Yes. I like the fat ones. I get the one. Oh, she said I can't roll with the shit. Sparkles, are you wanting to come on for the 420? Is that what's happening? She said she's ready. I went into the freak show. Do I need to give you a fight? I think I've got it correct. I tried to reset it up. Five minutes until the next 420. Mountain time. Wanting me to spark it, or are you going to spark it? I have a lighter. Once again, it is a mighty fat joint. Very nice. I don't see a sparkles yet. No sparkles. It is 4 minutes. Sparkles summoned me. She was like, I'm ready. He has to appear. The ball is in her court. It is all on her. She knows where to go to make herself appear. Up over here. She acts like she's interested in how all this works, but like the one time like I was editing some audio and I was like starting to explain to her what I was doing, she's like, God, I'm so bored. Why are you doing this? You did. So I explained to you how like I was scanning it to get the average RPM and shit. Oh, too nerdy. Yeah, that's exactly what you said. That's. We are 3 minutes until the next 420. Oh, am I sparking it? Borg! I guess I will spark it on the stream. How am I gonna set my screen on fire? You guys have to, and she won't talk on stream, but she's over here just like 90 miles a minute. Happy 420, motherfuckers. Holy shit. We are 3 minutes away from Mountain Time. Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Denver, Boise, Edmonton, Inuvik. What the fuck is Inuvik? Sparkles went into the debate freaking. I went into the Friday Night Freak Show. You turn your camera on? Left. Tried. We are getting ready to light up a fat doobie here in 2 minutes for Mountain Time 420. We might have sparkles here in just a second. Possibly, maybe. You know what that means? It's OJ time. 50 seconds. Apparently my cats are trying to knock over cups. As always. 30 seconds until 420. Mountain Time. $20 seconds. Does not look like Sparkles will make it, but we are gonna count down. Smokey's gonna make it. Happy 420, motherfuckers! You 420 motherfuckers out there on the Mountain Time. Doesn't mean that you can't join us. Go in whichever one. Whichever one you go in, I'll be there. It's all good. Get us the sparkles. There are emotes on the YouTube. I think you have to pay the money. I think you gotta pay the $3. Was a good little joint. We even come back, actually. Wrong side. I'm usually on the wrong side. Are you there? I might have had a sparkles. There she is. I'll get her figured out. There's a big fat joint going. That's a huge motherfucker. It was 4:20 Mountain Time. We are 57 minutes away from the next 4:20. 56 minutes. I'm off by just a little bit. We may or may not have sparkles. Things are not working over here very well. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead. We're gonna set up this little right here with our good friend and accused child rapist Alan Dershowitz. Giving me a hard time. Fucking YouTube. Former OJ lawyer. Yes, it is.
Reaction.
He's going to tell us how OJ was framed.
Well, I wasn't surprised. I had heard he was sick and that he was in hospice. Of course, I was saddened by his.
Marvels, I'm going to send you a different link.
I got to know him very well during the 2 years, essentially, where I was his lawyer. And, you know, it was a very divisive case. People hated him, hated me for representing him. It was divided along racial lines. I would go to the airport and somebody would run up and hug me and say, "Oh my God, it's so great that you're defending Simpson." And inevitably that person was African American, or somebody would come up and spit at me and say, "How could you represent somebody who was so obviously guilty?" And they were generally white. The nuance, of course, is that whether he was guilty.
Fuck you, Dersh.
Lawyer, I can never comment personally on my feelings about his guilt or innocence. Whether he was guilty or innocent, as a matter of fact, the evidence was overwhelming that he was framed. That is, the piece of evidence, the sock, which had his blood and the blood of one of the victims on it, was tampered with. The blood was poured from test tubes, didn't come from O.J. Simpson's body directly. It came from test tubes, and the test tubes contained a chemical that's not found in the human body, and that chemical was found in the sock. So we were able to prove conclusively that the police had tampered with it.
We find a lot of chemicals in my sock.
Literally just feet away from him when he tried on the glove. And as you can see, when he walked up to the jurors, he showed them the glove and he said, "It's too small." And that was a very important piece of evidence because it permitted him not to take the witness stand. He didn't have to take the witness stand because essentially he had already testified in front of the jury and was not subject to cross-examination. That was a foolish mistake by the prosecution. They didn't have to have him try on his glove in front of the jury. They could have had him try it on outside the presence of the jury, and if they saw it didn't fit, they wouldn't have used the evidence, but they didn't do that. They were arrogant, and it cost them in the mind of the jurors.
Do you think that the prosecution did a bad job as opposed to you guys doing an amazing job? Not to put you on the spot, but
an amazing job.
I don't think we did an amazing job. I think the prosecution did a worse than bad job, a god-awful job. They made every possible mistake.
They did do a god-awful job. That's true.
They lost the case. To the extent we did a good job, it was the scientific evidence that was very persuasive to the jury. The EDTA in the blood that was found on the sock, the analysis.
I don't know why that makes me laugh.
We tried the case basically a science, and they tried the case very largely on speculation and on a piece of evidence that was tampered with. So it was a case of a very, very, very inadequate prosecution and pretty decent defense.
Let's go back to when you get the call, you're asked to join the team. You've represented some pretty famous clients. What was it like?
I hadn't even noticed his outfit. What is with that handkerchief?
Klaus von Bülow, I had represented.
No, I kind of like it.
I took his case because it was a capital case at the time. They were threatening to impose the death penalty on him, and I always take capital cases. The divisiveness was something that was unusual for me. The racial divisiveness. People would come over to me at, in an airport.
He really didn't explain how OJ was framed. He just kind of said everybody believes that OJ was framed, didn't he? Yeah, there was overwhelming evidence, he said, but I never heard his overwhelming evidence. Hold on a second. Boom. One second. Still gotta fix some shit here. All right, now I should be able to hear you. Sparkles, what's going on?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can indeed hear you. We have a Sparkles on stream. Give us. You can what?
I can only hear you, and it's an echo.
Pretty sure everybody else does not hear an echo. I'm pretty sure it's good for everybody.
Okay.
Can you deal with it?
I can deal with it.
All right. So your thoughts on OJ passing away? You're a big fan of OJ, right?
Yeah, it's real sad.
Why is it sad? Dershowitz didn't do a good job explaining to us why he was framed. You have a much better explanation, I believe.
Yeah, Kris Jenner did it.
Ow, you've got to explain your reasoning here, Detective Sparkles.
Well, hang on. I thought we were getting high. I didn't know we were having technical difficulties.
We're not having technical difficulties anymore. I think everything's going well, isn't it?
I can't see shit on my end.
Are that important to you?
Well, I can't see anything like from the show. I can only see myself.
Oh. I don't think you're missing it. Oh, you can pull the chat up on your computer and you can see everything.
I can see the chat, but I can't see anything else.
Oh, I'm actually not set up to where like I can play you anything. This is all we can do. We can talk to each other.
Okay, so Kris Jenner, at the time, was possibly having sex with OJ.
Wait, is this real?
Yeah. It's common knowledge.
Is it?
I'm talking to you on my phone like you can hear me. Hang on, let me turn you off.
I don't think this is common knowledge at all. Okay, so OJ was fucking Kris Jenner.
Yeah, Kris Kardashian at the time.
Oh, okay. But that was his, like, did they have a relationship prior to the killing? Like, he knew, Rob Kardashian, right?
That came after. So Khloe is OJ's daughter.
Who? There's a Khloe Kardashian?
I can name all of them. They're all K's.
You have to explain this to me like I'm two, because I don't know any of this.
Kris Jenner is a greedy goblin, right? She's greedy for money. She's greedy for what everybody else has. She's greedy for what she has, and she doesn't have enough of it. She's just greedy. So when her and OJ were like having an affair, and then Nicole left, and then she saw Nicole like maybe flirting with the waiter, and that made her jealous because then she wanted to have sex with somebody younger.
But Ron Goldman, right? Like, he wasn't no catch.
He was just bringing back glasses from the fucking restaurant.
Is this
He was
not the waiter
nobody.
we're talking about?
He is the waiter.
You telling me Nicole was flirting with him?
Possibly, and that was it. That's all of her knowledge, and he was bringing glasses. Someone left because he was on his way home, and it was right there.
Are you telling me that like he was like that's like a flirting technique a woman might use is to leave her glasses to where a waiter would have to bring them? How did he know where she? How did he know where she lived anyway?
She was a regular at the restaurant.
And all these Hollywood pedophile types all know each other.
Yeah.
I'm like a right winger would say. Like,
also, this is straight liquor.
all right, continue with your theory.
So this is the first black man that I know of that the Kardashian family has taken down. So she wanted what Nicole had. So she saw what was going on that night, and she was walking her dog. Because if you remember in the court transcripts, they talk about a dog barking, and nobody can find out who the dog belonged to. It was Kris Jenner walking her little foo-foo dog because she had just murdered everybody. Because why would OJ do this while his kids were inside asleep? Little kids. Also, his first wife is still alive.
First I heard of OJ having kids.
Is still alive. And just because you're glad someone's dead doesn't mean you did it.
You believe that he did indeed beat Nicole?
Yeah, he definitely did that shit. But now if Nicole had died while they were married and living in the same house, and he was beating her, and she had like a aneurysm and died, then he would be a murderer. But this doesn't make him a murderer.
So Kris Jenner was walking her dog, or did she walk her dog after? Like, that's the thing, is like, you're saying
Walking her dog was the cover.
So she went with blood on her hands First of all, how big is Kris Jenner?
She's crazy. That's bigger than anything. It's bigger than you and me.
She's got heart. She's got heart. She's a scrappy young fighter. So you think she would be? How big was Ron Goldman?
He was a very tiny, frail man. He was
was
probably the size
he?
of Nicole. Yeah. He was
Well,
a
was
very
he
lean,
wanting?
thin
He was
man.
wanting to be an actor. Is what you're that kind of dude.
Yeah.
He did. He
And
did
you
like
know how
theater.
they
That's why
looked
he was
in the
a waiter.
90s? Yeah, people were very frail in the 90s. I didn't make it up. I was there. People were frail.
So she murders 2 people. Did she just murder?
And then she walks away. And then her
She murdered
husband
Goldman
has to defend
because
OJ.
he just happened to be there when she went to murder Nicole.
Yeah.
Like, none of this makes any sense to me still. So, but like, and then the LAPD framed OJ.
Just because he didn't give a fuck. He like, no more alimony for me. You know?
All right. You prepared a eulogy, correct?
I did.
Would you like to read it to everybody?
Yes. O.J. Simpson was an individual whose life was marked by extraordinary highs and profound lows. He was hunted by Kris Jenner. He passed away on April 10th after a battle with Leslie Nielsen. Born on July 9th, 1947, Simpson rose to fame as a big sports ball cup winner. He said, fast man in the national sports ball teams, primarily the Buffalo Bills. I guess they'd fuck themselves. I don't know how that works. They come out and be like, I'd fuck me. And then they run ball.
I've
That's how
never
it
heard it referred to that way. They run ball.
They run ball real fast. His post-sports ball career included acting and broadcasting, making him a well-known figure beyond the sports world and beloved by NBC execs. Just ask Norm Macdonald. R.I.P. Norm.
Loved by CNN execs too in his later years there.
However, Simpson's life took a dramatic turn when he really pissed off Kris Jenner. Nicole Simpson was living the life Kris Jenner wanted, and she framed OJ for the murder that he was tried. Well, hang on, I fucked up. I'm a little drunk. Hang on. Also, I'm smoking weed. I don't have my vape.
You're not gonna make it to do a bedtime story.
I can't see without my vape. Yes, you framed OJ for the murder. And then he was tried for the murders of his ex-wife and Ron Goldman, who was just a random fucking waiter. A random ass waiter who found glasses. He was
But
acquitted.
You said he was flirting with her.
That's just that was it. He was
Keep your
fucking
story
nobody.
straight.
I mean, you saw what happened between me and a waiter. I ended up with a dick pic. And I didn't
Oh
do
my
a
God,
goddamn
that did
thing.
happen. All that memory kept just came rushing back to me.
See?
Why did you befriend him? Why did you added him on Facebook or some shit, didn't you?
You did, and I thought he was flirting with you. That's why I did it, just as your little wingman accomplice. That's not what I had no idea.
I wasn't into him. He wasn't my type.
But yeah, y'all was the ones going back and forth. I'm just sitting there, eat masa buco.
It was a restaurant based on like 80s toys and movies and memorabilia and shit. So of course I'm talking to the dude about like fucking cartoons.
Bistro.
We were member burying. Good point. Good point. There's not many shows I remember.
So yeah, that's how that works. You know, in life. I know you were just born from the pod this morning. Dicks in your face, dicks in your face. Don't be nice to waiters. Not once.
Hey, we were at a Texas Roadhouse or a Lone Star or something like that one night, and like we were like really friendly to a waiter, and like didn't he like sit down and like fucking talk to us the whole time? Like doing material on us. Didn't that happen? Or am I smoking crack on that one?
I don't know, but I think we should smoke crack on Fridays and do a show.
We used to.
No, real crack. We should start smoking real crack.
Girl, I've been worried that you were going off the deep end. I'm gonna go ahead and throw it out there. You've kind of been doing a slow Danny DeVito on Sunny. Like you were very well put together 5 or 6 years ago.
And then I smoked a joint and I thought, no, I'm not going to go jump off the Huntsville Times building. It's a bad idea.
I always wonder anytime I hear that there's a shooter around there, which is quite often. There was a shooter at the college there the other day, wasn't there?
I don't know, but I mean, I definitely wasn't on Ted's that day. Wasn't me.
All right, what was the rest of your eulogy?
His acquittal wasn't good enough for fucking America, that's for sure. And
What does that mean?
Because everybody thought he was guilty.
He was.
Shut up. And Kris Jenner's first husband was on the Dream Team, and notice he ain't around no more.
Ooh, who was that?
Robert Kardashian.
Rob Kardashian was on the Dream Team? The 1996 U.S. basketball? I did. I watched The People
crack.
versus OJ.
And you're holding out your crack rocks on us.
I ain't got no crack rock. I haven't done hard drugs in years, unless you count like, hallucinogens.
I think it's time to start doing hard drugs in 2024.
No. That was my 20s. I don't do hard drugs no more.
Yeah, but we're back in the 20s again.
No.
How that work?
You're off. I remember, kids.
Smoke crack in the alley. Don't go to school.
Get me kicked off YouTube now. God damn. Math too? I can hit the math one.
I don't want math.
33 and a third chance.
No.
Minus my 25% chance.
Oh.
You got an 8 and a third chance.
OJ's legal team was called the Dream Team. Okay, I was not aware of this.
Yeah, it was called the Dream Team. That's the only one I know about.
The 1996 U.S. Olympic basketball team was the Dream Team. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, Michael Jordan, Larry Bird, and fucking was it Scottie Pippen, and Reggie Miller, and blah blah blah, like all the fucking big names.
All right, listen.
You kick me off, kick. The Harlem Globetrotters. Yes, that's the Dream Team.
In remembrance of O.J. Simpson, we acknowledge the full spectrum of his life. His first wife is still alive, and I hope Kris is never sated.
Is she gonna keep? She's got a thirst for blood. She's gonna
She
keep
does.
killing.
She's insatiable. It's great.
Who do you think her next victim is?
There's been plenty. You've seen Kanye, right? Where's
Okay,
Kanye?
I'm now convinced that Matt and Trey played an integral role in driving him over the edge.
They did, but she didn't help none. Not a bit.
The fish sticks joke really got to him. And it was even worse than I thought. I looked it up the other day, and he's still.
It's in his lyrics. It's in all of his lyrics.
Yes, he's still making references to it.
He ain't never gonna get over it. Poor little guy. I think we should start having fish sticks on Tuesday, and wear gay fish outfits.
But Taco Tuesday, ma'am.
My Taco Tuesday got canceled.
I thought you had a Taco Tuesday.
That was last Tuesday.
You told me he was very aggressive with your taco.
Yeah, I won't be sending him a link now.
A link to what?
To here.
Hey, you were what? You were gonna let me hear audio of your taco. It was probably you guys like doing a mukbang. Like
no, I meant to listen to this.
Ma'am, I have heard you eat food.
I meant to this to listen here for him. I'm not gonna send that now.
Oh, okay. Would it embarrass him?
Probably.
Well, you won't be with him very long.
You're like a mean little wizard. Stop cursing me.
I'm not cursing you. I'm just she's like fucking Seinfeld. Like it's a different person every week.
She's not a different person every week.
Well, every month. Like okay, every month I'll give you that.
And it's like you go on a few dates and you go.
Yeah, see. She always found something wrong. Exactly like Seinfeld.
It's been more than a few dates.
Oh, I saw the dinner you made for him.
He made me dinner too.
Ooh, what did he make you?
He made me pork loin and these little roasted baby carrots. They were really good. And then he made like this pasta dish. It was okay. Like he can cook. But those carrots and that pork loin.
Were they like a glazed carrot?
Yeah. And pie. There was pie. There's pie.
It was coconut pie, right?
No, that was coconut cake this week. He brought dessert.
So okay. Here's the question: what's his political leaning?
Right now, Democrat, because that's all there is. And I was like, I'm fire, you know. And he's like, shh.
Say fire.
I was like, violence is all I got.
You weren't around earlier when we did the story about the Vietnamese billionaire getting put to death.
Nope.
We did a story about a Vietnamese billionaire getting put to death. What do you think?
Where did the money go? They were a billionaire.
That's a good question. I would assume distributed to the people of Vietnam. I would hope.
I mean, if that's what really happened, then l'chaim.
Well, she like basically had all these shell companies and took over this gigantic bank. Like
we should do that. We should do that. I know how to set them up. I can set them up. I just can't do numbers. We need numbers.
I can't do numbers either.
But then you take my 75% chance of winning,
we
and then add 66 and 2/3%. I got 141 and 2/3 chance of winning.
Shell companies.
Would anybody like to be the accountant for Sparkles and Justin's shady businesses? It's like that episode of South Park. All you gotta do is like create a company and then you make money. That's all there is.
And then Curiouser just needs to come by and make sure no one's embezzling. She can be treasurer.
You don't know anything about that shit. You don't want to put her in charge of your money. No offense.
No, she's in charge of watching the people. going, I don't like what they're doing. We need new people.
You want her to just snoop on people.
Yeah, that's what the treasurer does. Keep up with shit.
That is not what the treasurer does. I am starting to really doubt your ability to do this kind of shit. I don't think you should be trusted. I am all about creating shell companies and making some fake business that makes us money. I'm down with it, but like I don't think you're the one to do it. I don't think you've got those skills.
I already have the fake businesses. We got muffin tops.
It's already a thing.
Yeah, we could have our own where we only hire slightly chubby, gay, hairy dudes that wear the fishnet crop top with the hot pants and the fishnets and their combat boots.
To do what?
And to sell the muffin tops with their muffin tops out.
Is this just something you want?
Double tops. Top love.
I don't think I would patron that establishment. I'm not a hater.
And on Tuesdays, we have 50% off bottoms up. All power bottoms can get our bottoms.
Wait, so you're selling not just the tops, but the bottoms as well?
Only on Tuesdays.
Lazy eyes. Happy 420. We are 28 minutes away from the next 420, which is Pacific time. Got 28 minutes. That's a long time. I'm sure you can get ready between now and then. You're still smoking that joint.
What is she getting ready for?
Next 420.
Well, she needs to get some lipstick on.
It is really fucking smoky in here. I'm looking over at Smokey looking out the window, and it is really fucking smoky in here.
So, does Whitney want to leave her life and come be my roommate?
Government name on stream.
You don't know who I'm talking about.
I don't know who you're talking about.
No.
I think
you're the one that did it. You're the one trying to point accusations at something that I didn't. I was just asking in general.
In general, living with you. Just shot you down. Yeah. Sorry.
Everybody has. I don't understand.
You shot me down. I was like, move with me to Wyoming. I presented a plan and everything, and you're like, nope, not with you. I'll live with other people that don't even know that well. See, guys?
I'll live with a pretty girl before I live with you any goddamn day of the week, sir. Get with it.
Wow.
Gazorp is Zorp for life.
All right, so here's my question. Are you going to be able to make it to do the bedtime story at the end of the show?
Mm-hmm.
You seem mighty, what's the word I'm looking for? How many drinks have you had?
Well, that's just straight alcohols. And I mean, it's got a lot of shots in it. It stings the tongue.
How many have you had?
This is my second one.
And the other one was straight alcohol.
They're all straight alcohol.
With many shots in it.
Yeah, it's just a mixture of different shots. There's a coffee shot, but it's like coffee liqueur, like Kahlua. And then I got rum chata. Lots of rum chata.
So you're telling me you had like 5 shots.
And then it's also got Bailey's with caramel, salted caramel. It's got that in it. And then you stir it up.
Hey, my worry is that like you're going to have another 5 shots. You'd be like, ew.
I have.
She'll be
Look.
in that. She'll be in that armchair over there.
I have this.
Passed out watching The Walking Dead. What show? are you
God
on?
damn it! I'm on the live ones now, just waiting on Daryl. I'm waiting on Daryl this summer. Daryl
Don't
and
know what
Carol.
the fuck you're talking about.
They're in Europe. They've done fucked up Paris. They've been in the catacombs. Carol's coming.
Every single person has told me that show jumps the shark and gets horrible. And here Sparkles is watching all the fucking offshoot shows and shit.
I got notebooks. That's my special interest. I love it so fucking much. I can't express how much I love that and all the spinoffs. Like if I could have books like the fucking Wiener Wiener, Wiener Wiener, Wiener Wiener, those people. If I could have
Game of
books
Thrones?
like that, yeah, and like map books, like timelines, and like I could be Charlie, and I could make it. I could.
I feel like
put it
that
all
has
together.
to exist already. It has to be
I
on
like
Reddit or some shit.
Yeah, but that's just what some little kid did. I've obsessively watched this over and over and over and over and over and over and like how many I can't tell you. It's part of the OCD. It's a mental illness. That's why I think mine's a little different. Like I've said, I got notebooks, composition notebooks I went and bought at the Dollar General, and my Sharpie gel ink pens that I write, and then I tab it and also reference it in another index book by words and like things like that.
Okay, so you describing that, I dodged a bullet with you not moving with me to Wyoming.
I'm just saying, if homegirl wants to move to Wyoming with me, that's stupid.
She's already got a hetero life partner.
Ugh. How old is it? When will it die?
It's solid. Can't wait it out. But you won't be my hetero life partner. You can have all the dates and women you want.
I would fucking kill you. I would kill you within like the first time. I'd kill you. I'd stab you.
Please stop doing that and don't get me kicked off YouTube.
You would not survive. It would be like The Bride in Fallout.
That's why we have like separate, like I'm on the top floor, you're on the bottom floor. It makes perfect sense. But no, Sparkle's like, I wouldn't be able to take you.
You know those cannons at the circus that shoot people? I'd put up a GoFundMe to buy one and shoot you.
I'm like the only person you like.
Look, I had a dream one night that I shot my friend
Fair
Johnny
enough,
in
you
the
don't
face.
like me all the time.
I shot him dead in the face because he came to my work and asked me to go to lunch, and that was my dream.
Would you please stop doing this shit on YouTube?
I said it was a dream. I had no control over it.
YouTube fucking robots don't know, Sparkles.
You should stop drawing attention to it.
That's why you have to. That's why you have to be cut off. Can you make it to the end with the fucking bedtime story?
Possibly.
Did you write out a bedtime story?
Yeah.
You will be
it's
reading.
a coloring book.
You'll be reading it.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you finish your eulogy?
Yeah, we're over it.
We're over it. Okay. All right. So if I message you for the bedtime story, you're gonna be able to come through. You'll be asleep watching The Walking Dead over there. I can't believe I nailed that. So, but then again, I know you. You're like my best friend. God damn it. I knew you'd be passed out in the armchair watching Walking Dead.
That's also why we can't live together, because we would open up a Kugel Blitz.
A what?
And we can't have a Kugelblitz. I'll let you figure that out.
A Kugelblitz.
It's not a black hole because there's no dark matter, but it's a Kugelblitz. The energies are too much alike, and it would just cause a rift.
I don't understand. You're like the only person that like I like being around. That's why I'm like we should live together.
Wiener, 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 wiener.
All right. Well, you go. You probably shouldn't drink anymore, but you go drink some more, and we'll check in with you and hopefully get a bedtime story later in the show. Say bye to everyone, Sparkles.
Bye, everyone, Sparkles.
It didn't go as I had planned, but it went pretty well, I guess, as well as could be expected. She's taking a shower in there or something. Oh, she might have turned it on for Maynard. That makes more sense. She said it immediately. She's like, I turned it on for Maynard. For those of you who don't know, my cat Maynard, he takes showers with me. He gets very upset if you don't turn on the water in the bathtub if you go and use the bathroom. He will sit on the bathtub and meow at you. He came out the other day. He was like, does he want me to do something for him in the bathroom? I'm like, fuck yeah, he does. He wants you to turn on the water. Then he'll come out and his entire head will be wet because he's like that. It is wild, but I love that cat so much. Sparkles is gone to drink more alcohol. Not get me banned from YouTube. We are 20 minutes or 18 minutes away. Damn, you turned on the whole... Yeah, you turned on the whole, like, fucking... on high, didn't you? Yeah. Let's see what we've got here. Let's hear from the Curaleaf executive on the 2024 pot outlook. That sounds fun. That's why I was like, we'll get it out of the way.
On cannabis, including the Safer Banking Act, stalling in Washington, but investors still optimistic that the drug could be rescheduled as soon.
I haven't checked to see if I can reapply to Twitch yet. I should do that.
It could be that way. For more on that outlook for next year, let's bring in Boris Jordan, Curaleaf founder and executive chairman. The company began, by the way, trading on the Toronto Stock Exchange.
Still not opened up for me yet.
Boris, it's a pleasure to have you here on Fast Money. Thanks for taking the time with us. Let's talk about whether you are optimistic about 2024 and can it be better than 2023?
Good to be here. Thank you. Yeah.
Maybe tomorrow. I'll have to keep checking back.
Terrible year for the sector, driven by slower growth, higher cost of capital, and a lot of impediments because of regulations. I think that we're seeing a better.
Yes, fuck Curaleaf.
We have New York that just went adult use. It's the second largest market in the United States. We're hoping that Florida will license.
This probably is like some offshoot that a tobacco company created.
Adult use in March. Sorry, a medical light. So there's
like
a lot
Philip
of
Morris's fucking cannabis company.
And of course, the elephant in the room is whether the U.S. federal government steps up to the plate and does what Germany's doing, and that is removing cannabis from the narcotics list, or in the U.S. case, moving it from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3.
But if we've got business people saying this shit, that's a good
tremendous
thing.
amount of cash in the sector, because today the sector pays a 70% tax rate. That would drop to a normal tax rate like any other U.S. business.
Hey, Boris, it's Tim. Congrats on Toronto. And frankly, it really is an exciting dynamic for institutional ownership. But when you talk, and you spent a career both dealing with big institutions, building companies, you know how they think.
I was wrong. It's not an offshoot of a tobacco company. It started as like a research firm in Colorado in 2010.
Side of the structural limitations on their ability to own cannabis stocks, what do you think the pushback is on owning the sector? Because we both know there has been zero new institutional capital, even though you come out of the last couple quarters.
Bug them still.
Certainly showed that generating free cash flow, even on the existing footprint, these companies have never been run better. And yet, there are structural issues, but there are also impediments.
I would say it could bring down the price, but goddamn, I mean, it's already the price is already cheap.
The biggest one, of course, is the plumbing. And in the case of Curaleaf, we fixed that now with uplisting to the TSX. We're waiting in early January to get some of the larger banks to start custodying the stock, which we're expecting will happen. And then we can start marketing to large-scale investors. I think the second reason is, Tim, large-scale investors, because of the plumbing problem, haven't been looking at this sector. So I was on the phone with one of the largest long-onlys recently, and he said, Boris, you've got to re-educate us. We haven't been looking at this sector
sometimes
now because we couldn't own it.
Such a sweet cat who'll be mean to socks.
You got to come back in. So I think education, coming back with education.
You're 14 minutes away from 420.
The sector is going to be important. Obviously, we.
Hold on. What accoutrement have you decided on? You're 15 minutes away. Is that what you want? You want a joint? What about? I feel like we need something different for each 420. Why would you come to my house and watch Echoplex?
Companies are producing free cash flow, but we could be producing a lot more if we rescheduled, and the profitability will become greater. And so I think it's a wait and see market. People don't believe the federal government anymore, and I don't think they're going to get involved heavily until such time as they actually see the federal government move on Schedule 1 to Schedule 3. And we're hoping to see that in the first 4 months of next year. The latest they can do it realistically, given all the various legislative impediments to the elections, is April. I personally think the federal government, if they're going to do it, is going to wait till April to do it, because that's what they always do. But we'll see over the next 3 or 4 months.
So he predicted April. We're in April. Three months ago. This is at the beginning of the year. We're gonna get to Ron DeSantis here in just a second. Turn your fucking phone off and shit. Like, how am I supposed? Well, get the fuck out. Why are you here to like annoy me during my own fucking stream? Jesus Christ! To annoy me. Well, I don't like it. On my anniversary, that's what you do? Jesus Christ. You did bring me a blizzard. I don't like joints. He's like, well, rolled your joint. Amazing. We're 11 minutes. Sorry. We'll go drive around, listen to DJ. Oh, really? I could run you off. I got something that'll run you off. Apparently, for 420, the Vegas Sphere had fish.
Very cool. That was the scene at Sphere in Las Vegas last night as Phish played their second of 4 sold-out shows at the Cutting Edge music venue. Phish is just the second act after
I feel like Steven Crowder.
So one-of-a-kind live experience of sight and sound. Chris Van Cleve caught up with the band this week to get a behind-the-scenes look at how they're creating 4 unique shows for their devoted fans. Chris, welcome.
Good morning. They may not have had the mainstream success
I hate Phish
or Taylor Swift, but Phish has been wowing audiences for more than 40 years. In fact,
I'd rather watch Taylor Swift.
Sold out more shows at Madison Square Garden. Now their aim this weekend is not just to put on a rock concert, but to be at the forefront of a brand new form of entertainment. Whether they're turning Madison Square Garden into an underwater playground,
He said I come from the land of darkness. He said I come from the land of doom. He said I come
staging a
They had the cats.
puppets, dazzling crowds with an elaborate light show, or just bouncing around. Fish has always added a theatrical element to their live performances. Now, they're taking it up a notch with 4 shows at Sphere in Las Vegas. It's the culmination of nearly a year's worth of work, but the idea for these shows began before Sphere was even built, when guitarist Trey Anastasio attended a hockey game with Madison Square Garden executives.
What you're saying is I shouldn't have to wait until 420.
Own Sphere.
I go to a lot of Rangers games. So I will sometimes be eating dinner and near Jim Dolan, who thought this whole thing up. He started showing me iPad videos of this crazy idea a few years ago. So I had heard about it and I wanted to get in there.
What was it about the Sphere that made you want to get in there?
Entirely new form of entertainment. The Wild West.
I don't like joints clinically.
Sound system.
He knows that.
It's so hyper-directional that you can stand on an X in front of it and hear a song and the singer will be singing in French, and you can step to the right and the singer is singing in Spanish. It's like laser sound.
Fish follows U2, who opened Sphere with 40 shows from September to February. But unlike the Irish rock legends, who played mostly the same set list each night, Fish is putting together 4 entirely different shows, each featuring a distinct list of songs, all with a stunning immersive
Fair enough, clinically.
using Sphere's 160,000 square foot screen and a 3D sound system powered by more than 1,600 speakers, and all of it tailored to each individual song. No one comes to Vegas for a residency of 4 nights.
Right.
Why are you doing 4?
But socks knocking on the microphone.
Well, we like to have every show be unique.
8 minutes until 420.
And we were in discussions about adding shows. And the option was either to repeat the 4 nights exactly, which we've never done in 41 years, or
I feel like I'd have fun if I was there live.
really good, but not astounding. And we wanted them to be astounding.
To help make that presentation astounding, Fish enlisted Abigail Holmes as show director and co-creator.
Fish isn't big enough to do the
Former
Sphere.
Disney
What the fuck?
Imagineer has worked with Cher, Shakira, The Cure, and on Roger Waters' performance of The Wall in Berlin. They're going to.
But I guess for 420, it's a good choice.
Does that mean you have to innovate 4 completely different shows?
We are doing that exactly. And I will also say that they're
The joint, is that what we're smoking for this 420?
So we're looking at 12 to 14 hours of unique performance.
From a perch,
not a fat joint.
Sphere, Holmes.
So this 420 will be Phoenix, Creston, Dawson's Creek, British Columbia, LA, Seattle, Las Vegas, Vancouver, Tijuana, Vegas, and the Sphere.
Is in command of the visuals.
6 minutes away from 420.
On the massive screen.
They're completely improvisational, or highly improvisational.
They're a jam band.
We have gone to great lengths and pushed a lot of technological innovations to allow us to manipulate all of our visuals in real time. They can all be modified, evolved, and manipulated to follow what the band is playing rather than being locked into something.
We practiced, I'm going to say, train wrecks.
You practice train wrecks?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm now going to throw you a curveball, production team. What are we going to do when this happens? So that the whole goal is that the 4 band members can, at the time of walking on stage.
Happy 420, we are 5 minutes away from Pacific time.
For 41 years now, that spirit of freedom and improvisation has defined Fish, comprised of Anastasio, bass player Mike Gordon, drummer John Fishman, and keyboardist Paige McConnell, who we
Dude's name is John Fishman.
The band started just their second rehearsal at Sphere. What's going to make this different than a Fish show somebody maybe saw at Madison Square Garden or somewhere else you played?
We've never done anything like this. We've never done a show where we've sort of created visual content for all the songs that we'll be playing and different content for all 4 nights. We've set it up so that musically we're not hindered or tethered in any way.
Has it been hard to keep it a secret what's coming?
It was a little bit. It was really fun when U2 was playing and there was all this speculation about.
I wanted to piss on them, but this is actually pretty cool.
Here, and I knew that we were going to be the next band, and reading all these things about, well, it's got to be the Rolling Stones or Springsteen or someone like that, and so for us to get this opportunity feels really special.
While Fish has shared the stage with superstars like Bruce Springsteen and Jay-Z, they've made it to Sphere without a hit song, heavy radio play, or a multi-platinum record.
People are going to hear that Fish is the second band into the...
Can anyone name a Fish song? I don't know a Fish song. Fucking she knew a Fish song. Of course she knew a Fish song.
The Sphere, and there are a lot of people watching this who's going to be like, who?
Yep. Correct. And what you're saying is completely true. I think it's been, when we talk about it today, the 4 of us, we feel like that may have been the greatest blessing that could ever have happened. There were periods in our history where we...
What, are they Christian?
That a band that could have the kind of success...
3 minutes until 4:20.
...would be so unknown. And then as the years...
Show my eyeballs.
This might be the best thing that ever... the biggest gift of all of them, that we were able to stay sort of under the radar.
It probably takes some of the handcuffs off that a Beyonce or a Lady Gaga doesn't necessarily have.
You're
that
never
kind of
trying. You're never trying to measure up to your previous success if you've never had any.
I'm so stoned.
Now, Trey says he feels that 4 decades in, Fish is just now starting to hit their stride. They have a tour and a new album this summer. You know, I asked him if he thought the band might turn.
It's just a regular split. Still looks pretty good. Looks nice.
Said, for sure.
You know, they're like the most famous band you've never heard of. I've been hearing about them for decades.
This basic bitch joint
is truly their secret to success, whatever success.
4 decades in.
Yeah.
And he says he's still hitting his stride
right now.
years. And I love that they practice mistakes.
Yeah, that's cool. That is very cool.
You know, it's such a complicated venue, and if you're not in it, you don't feel the scope of it. Like, it just doesn't come across, but they had to have a plan for when they just decided to jam for 15 minutes.
It feels like a perfect fit.
I can imagine a lot better bands to play there. Several bands. Fucking seeing Roger Waters there would be fucking awesome. Also, it'd be an insanely expensive ticket. You're 2 minutes away from 420. We're gonna watch 2 Chainz smoke $1,000 weed. I've got some criminal stories. We got a guard that was kidnapped at a cannabis facility. We got a vehicle crashing into a pot dispensary. I got all kinds of. We're gonna do cannabis lounges in Vegas and San Diego. Hopefully nobody's gonna be jacking it. Vice President Kamala Harris did a roundtable discussion about weed legalization, all that and a lot freaking more. We are 45 seconds away from the next 420. God damn, I would much rather see U2 than Fish. I know a lot of early U2 songs, like up through like the mid-90s, 30 seconds until 420. Up until the mid-90s, I know some U2 songs. I'm not that kind of Tool fan, Cosmic Fox. We are 15 seconds away. Hello Possum made it for Pacific time. I think we did just do 420. Eat up the volcano. I got a cat acting all wild over here. Cala 420. Sounds like the name of a Red Hot Chili Pepper song. Cala 420. I am so stoned. Got socks coming over. Oh, he did not get in my lap. I'm gonna need real food before the end of this. I ate a breakfast burrito. Made Sparkle sad. Apparently, Dan called producer Dave a pizza boat. It made Curiouser go home and make pizza boats. Well, I like pizza bread. I make pizza subs a lot. Yeah, get a loaf of French bread. I make a pizza sub. Love it, love it. Do the tomato sauce on the bottom, and you got mayonnaise and you do some Grey Poupon, some brown mustard. Yeah, I'm already getting hungry. Yeah, mustard. Yes, mustard on a pizza bread. It's half sub, half pizza, and then you got your Italian meat, your pepperoni. You could do some Italian sausage, maybe some salami or something like that. There is. Wait, Cosmic Fox, have you already made the pancakes? Because, like, pancakes aren't something that you make until you are ready to eat the pancake. You can't make a pancake and then just, like, fucking wait. It loses its pancake essence. Pork loin. I love pork loin. Sparkle said the dude made pork loin for him. Cold pancakes are awesome. No way. That to me, that is a food that you want, like, fresh out of the pan. With you put the butter on it, and you don't even want the syrup to even touch them until you're, like, ready to eat them. You gotta be sitting down with a fork in your hand, hit it with the fucking syrup, cause, like, they start losing their pancake essence. They lose their pancake essence the moment they come out of the pan. They lose their pancake. I don't even know what McDonald's pancakes are like. I've never had I want the syrup saturated, but, like, you have to like I like a crispy pancake. Almost burnt sounds horrible, but like a good toasted pancake. Better essence. I totally disagree. I love everybody in the chat, but like this is where I draw the line on pancakes. Syrup on the bake. There's nothing wrong with that, RB. I totally understand that. I like a cheesy egg, so I don't usually get syrup on my eggs. I usually I have like a cheese side and a syrup side. The things that get the syrup on them and then the things that get the cheesy on them. Because I love a hash brown. I love a grits. I want them cheesy. I want my eggs cheesy. Oh, fair enough. All pancakes are valid. Not a right or wrong way to eat your pancakes. Just like there's not a right or wrong way to do anything. On this, there can be no disagreement. Kramer tried to put the cucumbers on the pizza. I can. You guys have just been sitting here in silence. 53 minutes. There's no wrong way to eat ass. Yeah. That is a wrong way. You should always make sure you wash your ass.
Life is too short to walk this earth or a crusty asshole. Wash your ass.
I love that Sock sits on the couch like he's people. This is my favorite thing. He's just he's got his arm up on the arm and everything. No, she came to see Socks. She didn't come to see me. We get 420 in the Pitcairn Islands, Anchorage, Nome, and Yucatan. The next it's not horrible content. People like finding out what that news be doing. That's what I'm known for. So you really don't want me to put on Vice President Harris with a weed roundtable? All right. Let's do crime then. Everybody wants crime. Let's hit the content warning. So there was a cannabis facility. I don't know where this occurred. Tumwater. This happened in Tumwater, and I have no idea where Tumwater is. Holy fucking shit. Allow me to find this out, because what kind of a name is Tumwater? It's in Washington. It was a cannabis facility in Washington State. That makes a lot of sense.
Tumwater police are searching for several suspects after a large group of people kidnapped an overnight security guard at gunpoint in order to break into a cannabis production facility. Part of the crime was caught on surveillance video. Investigators say the thieves got away with tens of thousands of dollars in merchandise. Como's Lynn Ann Wynn spoke with police about what investigators have learned so far.
A terrifying ordeal for one overnight security guard as he was abducted at gunpoint while on the job at
Goddamn.
Northwest.
They're pointing their guns at him. They order him out of the car. They approach him. They order him.
I do not encourage this.
Of his car, which he does.
Police say 7 suspects suddenly arrived at the business around 3 a.m. on April 5th. While 3 of the suspects abducted the security guard, 4 others broke into the business through a window, and they're on camera taking tens of thousands of dollars worth of merchandise, including 20,000 pre-rolled joints and ripping up 50 mature plants, according to the business owner. Police say the suspects drove the security guard about a mile south, leaving him.
You only have one security guard? guard,
stealing his car and other belongings.
7 suspects that were on scene, but we also believe there was another vehicle with an unknown number of people in it that was maybe acting as lookout.
Police say the thieves also tried to break into the neighboring business, setting off an alarm which police responded to.
While officers were on scene investigating the potential burglary at the business, that's when the security guard arrived back on scene.
Police do not believe the suspects are local to the Tumwater area and say all the vehicles involved in this crime were stolen from Pierce and King counties and were later recovered in King and Snohomish counties.
Are you guys seeing an increase in weed businesses being targeted?
Yeah, this isn't our first time that a weed production facility or any sort of cannabis facility has been a victim of a crime in Tumwater or in this area.
Reporting in Tumwater, Leanne Wynn, Como News.
I feel like it was a smaller business, Venus. It didn't seem like it was a big corporation. So yeah, it sucks that it happened to him. Tumwater is a very endearing name, though. I kind of like. I like the name of the town. I would live in the town of Tumwater. Wouldn't you? Who would live in the town of Tumwater? Raise your hand. A vehicle crashed into a Massachusetts cannabis dispensary. We've got video of it. This is going to be wild.
Just like the mail, nothing's going to stop the sale in Attleboro, where a local pot shop is up and running again after an SUV crashed right through the front of it just yesterday, leaving 3 people, including the driver, injured. I'm Gene Valicenti.
It's good to have you with us tonight. I'm Patrice Wood. Surveillance video is showing us how it happened. And Temi Topa Adelea live in Attleboro tonight. Temi?
Listen. Those are cum water. Were they drunk or old? Those are like my 2 bets. Could be both. Yeah, could be both. Why not both?
Gene and Patrice, yesterday's crash forced Sahara Cannabis to close its doors today, but after hours of repairs, the dispensary is ready to reopen. Crews hard at work today to bring this Attleboro dispensary back on board.
You're actually on track to open up tomorrow.
Sahara Cannabis General Manager
DJ Dub
is still in awe at this quick turnaround after this red Nissan SUV came crashing into the marijuana store yesterday afternoon.
70 Frank Mossberg Drive, Sahara, getting multiple phone calls on a car driving through them.
All of it
driving through them.
Surveillance cameras. In this first clip, you see employees and customers inside the store before the SUV barrels through, hitting a few people who were able to get up after being hit.
We have more injuries here, about 4. 7. 2 out of 2. I need more units. 10 more.
In this surveillance video from the outside, you can see the same vehicle coming across the parking lot before accelerating into the building. And what was your initial reaction to seeing that surveillance video?
No, it was very disturbing. But again, thank God no one else was critically injured. No one was killed. Definitely could have been a lot worse.
There were different accounts of the incident yesterday, but we confirmed that 3 people were injured and taken to the hospital. Attleboro police said one of them, the driver, is a 61-year-old woman. Zahara's general manager says the other 2 were customers who were hit while inside the store, and a GoFundMe has been set up to help victims. They are still working on damage costs with their insurance company.
61 though is not.
We're building.
Yeah, I don't consider that very old.
Be up stronger than ever, ready to go up and open by tomorrow.
The GoFundMe is halfway to meeting its $10,000 goal, and again, Zahara will be.
I don't know. Life kind of affects everybody differently. You can meet a 60-year-old who's had a really hard life. They barely fucking there. Then you've got Bernie walking around. He's like, almost 90, and he's still sharp as a tack. Flash lost. Was not Al Qaeda.
Tomorrow morning, live in Attleboro, Temi Talk Badalea, NBC 10 News.
Exactly. It would have been a good payoff. It's not out of the realm of possibility, though. I think the more likely terrorist would be like a right-wing group crashing into the dispensary. This seems to be a wild story out of Maine, where a Chinese criminal network infiltrated a pot farm.
Use across the country. It's legal for recreational use in 24 states plus Washington, D.C., but that does not mean that illegal growing operations have gone away. In fact, they are still booming. A CBS News investigation finds those operations are expanding
against the Spanish Inquisition.
And they're finding surprising backers overseas who are tied to other deadlier drugs, including fentanyl. Nicole Skanka takes us now to an illicit marijuana farm in the beautiful state of Maine, which is one of the states where the drug is actually legal.
Nestled along Maine's rocky shoreline, the sleepy town of Machias.
People lobster fish, they clam and they log.
Population about 2,000.
It's sleepy.
Sleepy, very quiet.
But last fall, a pungent smell and a stream of vans darting to and from this barn woke up the neighbors, triggering a 6-week investigation by local police and Chief Keith Mercier, and unearthing more than $1 million in black market marijuana.
They had irrigation systems set up, they had heating systems, humidifying systems. It was quite an impressive operation.
Hanging from the rafters, flowering under a sea of grow lights, a maze of more than 2,600 plants seized by police.
How in the world did black market marijuana set up shop here?
I think that was one of the draws, was being a rural community. It could go undetected.
Just one flashpoint in $1 billion black market marijuana boom now sinking its teeth into less populated states like Oklahoma, Colorado, and Maine.
If I can go into Maine and buy a house for cheap that's rural, is very isolated.
Ray Donovan is the former chief of operations for the DEA.
That would allow them to continue to grow the marijuana crops uninhibited.
Law enforcement now cracking down.
Sheriff's office! Come out with your hands up!
With at least 34 busts statewide since last June, more sites dotting the I-95 corridor now under investigation.
This is not just a Machias problem.
No, this is a statewide problem. The information we have says that there's over 200 that are actively working right now.
But perhaps more shocking than the budding number of illegal grows, who is behind them?
By and large, we see Chinese organized crime behind black market marijuana.
In February, 50 lawmakers penned a bipartisan letter
to
Attorney General Garland demanding answers about China's role in thousands of illicit marijuana.
Yeah, Flash, what exactly, they never explained what, there was a pungent smell. Did something go wrong, or was it just they were smelling the weed? They weren't properly ventilating it.
Grows nationwide.
They're unregulated, they're illicit, they're destroying homes.
Marijuana all over the place laying around.
Operators allegedly stealing more than $10,000 in power.
Just how much power was running through?
Substantial amount, more probably 4 or 5 times what a normal household would run.
These locations consume huge amounts of electricity.
So this is the spreadsheet.
Yes.
Native Mainer Steve
the power company noticed that.
Tracked suspected illegal marijuana grows statewide and took us to one identified in court records.
This looks like a suburban dream home.
If you look on this garage right here, there's a newly installed 400 amp service.
Poring over power records, findings published on his website attracting the attention of lawmakers and law enforcement.
Why would anyone need that much power?
If you're running a
clinically.
car wash, a grocery store,
or
if you're growing a lot of marijuana.
In some cases, the suspects arrested may have been victims.
We encountered 3 Asian males. They were being paid $1,000 a month to work 24/7.
Trapped inside sparse with blacked out windows.
Some of the people have been brought here from China under the auspices that they're working under a legit business.
It sounds like you're talking about victims of human trafficking.
Yes.
Marijuana remains illegal under federal law, but a majority of Americans now live in a state that has legalized weed. With some states still limiting cultivation and others imposing steep taxes, the marijuana underworld thrives.
It is not something that's going to go away, especially if we are investing in legal marijuana statewide, then we're going to have to pursue the black market marijuana organizations.
You think it's time to sound the alarm?
I do.
Donovan,
just eliminate the need for the black market, goddammit.
some of the same criminal groups behind illicit weed are also part of a larger criminal network tied to a deadlier drug trade, fentanyl. In fact, Donovan said the DEA first connected Chinese organized crime to these illegal weed grows by following
this is fear-mongering. Talk about fentanyl.
Off the fentanyl supply chain. Tony?
Whatever,
fuck you, fuck Tony.
Thank you very much. So, of course, one of the reasons why weed is legal in 24 states is because people were tired of the war on drugs. But counterintuitively, when you legalize, you actually need a big, strong law enforcement push in order to push the black market into the legal market. Because people don't naturally want to volunteer to pay taxes, get regulated, fill out paperwork and forms. We're seeing that process play out.
No, you don't have to do any of that shit. You just make it easier to buy it on the legal market, and then the owners will do that. As long as you, and that's the thing. Netflix and shit like that, they're making it a worse experience when you pay for it. Therefore, it is 100% moral and ethical to pirate anything you want because streaming services suck. What do you think $1,000 weed is like? What, like, it is absolutely ridiculous, but what do you do to it to make it $1,000? You just overprice it?
So what I brought here,
wow,
help yourself.
And this,
what is this? What kind is this?
This smells gassy.
This I grew with my very own hands. In my very own
$1,000 weed should suck your dick.
Oh, sorry.
That's Oreos, and then this one is filled with Half Moon Gelato. This is an indica dominant hybrid, and this is a sativa dominant. In here, we've got a brand called Zushi.
Like sushi?
Like sushi.
Is it raw? Let me see.
Oh, I think I was smelling your hands.
That's Sarah Silverman?
J-Lo.
I've always wanted to smell J-Lo.
Smoking weed with 2 chains.
That's J-Lo. Smell it.
And that's the other dude from Metallica, right? The guitarist. The weed dealer.
Me, but you love me.
Yeah, I'm ready. You?
Yeah, I'm ready. I feel ready. Can we get high?
This one has needs. This one needs her.
Yeah, let's get high.
You ever smoked Ritalin before?
I thought that's done in lines.
Let's get into it. The veganic test trial.
That was Kirk Hammett.
Some individual joints, y'all can grab one of those.
Oreo got the gas on. Here you go. Here you go. Here you go. Sugar.
$300 a pre-roll.
All right. And the gloves. I mean, it's giving like this is some good reefer. Mm-hmm. First time I pulled that, I take that. This is the Oreo, right?
This is the Oreo.
And so this is a combination of indica hybrid, if I'm correct, because I have a really good memory as an artist and a rapper. And we oh my God.
It's very clean.
Nobody's coughing.
Yeah, I might have a problem with that. I like to feel my abs when I'm smoking that reefer.
Take a big hit then.
Nobody's coughing, she's right.
Let's see what it feels like. You still ain't.
I feel like you're 3 old heads, so that could play.
There she go.
That was on purpose.
Yeah, we know.
I'm kind of like the forefather, the grandfather of the veganic cultivation movement.
Who the fuck are you?
This weed has a soul.
This weed has a soul.
Yeah, I said it was Kirk Hammett, but I was just fucking around. I don't know who the fuck it is.
Nothing to say.
So they only spending $20 on the food to make the pound y'all getting. My man right here spending a whole $200, $250.
How much would this drink be? How much would
How much a pound of Oreo going for? I need to get me a bag of Oreo.
Veganic cannabis, if you can find it, it's really rare because of the work that goes into it and the expense. It's pretty damn.
Kirk Hammett, dude, Kirk Hammett's a lot cooler.
What?
Yeah.
Man, hell no. Hell no. $1,000 for a zip? $1,000 for 28 grams?
James.
$1,000 for an ounce of reefer. Son, That shit, sometimes when you make it that expensive, it make people want it. You know what I'm saying?
That's
it make
exactly
people want
right.
it. Good.
Yeah, it's a marketing thing.
16,000 for a pound. Make it the
I didn't leave my house for 5 years. People just bring me money.
You ain't leave the house for 5 years.
People just bring me money.
Boy, hey, boy, that's trapping. That's trapping. That's trapping, man. That's trapping, man. Let me get back to talking like the host of a show and get rid of some of the slang.
Wait, 2 Chainz is the host?
Professional ex-trapper.
But like, what is a host of a show? You are a host of a show.
You write the book.
You're perfect.
Is he getting heroin out?
I won't write it.
There's no one in the world who can be you but you.
What up, what up?
What's up, what's up?
Que pasa, que pasa? Man, God has blessed me with so much tremendous ability. Very open.
What was that baggie that he was?
World heavyweight. It's your player partner checking in. Biggest Tony in the city. 2 Chainz. Those Cadena. 2 Chainz. Drench God himself. Titty 2 Chainz. 2 Chainz. 2 Chainz. 2 Chainz.
Oh, it's like organic rip-off weed.
He gave me
It's all organic. We got integrity.
Get to the next level.
What's this guy's name? Is it Kirk Hammett?
Go ahead. There she go. Get out of there. There you go. This is Most Expensivest. This is Hollywood and Highland episode. And today we had our dosage in the maturation of veganic cannabis. Man, I definitely want to know more about it. I'm definitely trying to own a $16,000 bag of cannabis. What you got to say before we get out of here?
Really enjoy this weed.
I'm so glad.
Sarah's like, I'm stoned.
I should go.
Yeah, you're getting high now.
I feel normal now.
I told you the weed is working. Kyle Cushman, Sarah Silverman, Big Tony. Thank you for coming. You did an excellent job. You're very funny.
Tell him who's the high now. They have a movie out or something? What the fuck? Chris Silverman and 2 Chainz? Apparently. And it was almost out. Yeah, I do not have the weed. Oh, you. Okay. But not that I don't have more weed. Here you go. Throw weed at her. Let's watch this. I'm gonna put the content warning up for this one. Apparently we got a little snitch. We got a little snitch ass kid. This is why I fucking hate kids. Who the fuck? All kids suck. Fuck them kids. No, don't literally fuck them kids, just figuratively. I am problematic.
Hello. How are you? Well, thank you. So, we were called to come check on your son.
Okay, yeah, he's got my phone in the bathroom for like an hour.
Can I come in and talk to you?
A 9-year-old boy was filled with tears as he turned in his own mother, handing over to police a 100-gram bag of meth found in her bedroom.
Yeah, the hard stuff.
Where did you find it at?
Under the nightstand.
On accident?
Yeah.
Where was it at?
Under the nightstand.
What's that?
The kid found the meth.
Her nightstand, so that would be in the bedroom that she sleeps in?
Yeah.
The incident happened in July of 2022 in Las Vegas, Nevada. Body cam video captures police responding to the home where an officer is met by the young child who hands over a large Ziploc bag.
Yeah, do you know what you just did to your mom?
How are you? Well, thank you. So, we were called to come check on your son.
It's like trafficking charges.
In the bathroom for like an hour.
Can I come in and talk to you?
Sure, yes. What is going on?
I have no idea.
I have no idea what that is.
Well, you just handed it to me.
Okay, I don't know.
Kids should talk to another adult.
Identified as Kendra Long. According to police, Long's son discovered the drugs, locked himself in a bathroom, then called his father with an iPad.
So this is your child?
This is my baby. Yes, he's in the bathroom for an hour.
Okay.
Literally an hour.
Who else home with you?
Me and him.
All right.
That's it.
Why are you sweating?
I'm sweating. I'm not sweating.
You look sweating.
Been doing meth.
You were by yourself. No, I'm freaking out right now.
So there was other
You've
people
been
here
doing
earlier,
meth.
They left.
There's no other people here earlier. My friend Kristen saw by. That was it.
So this is your house?
My house.
So you're.
Well, I don't know why you're here.
Well, do you have an ex-boyfriend or ex-husband? Baby daddy?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry. He called because he wanted us to check on your son. He was.
Okay, first of all, like, you fucked up letting him in the house. But also, the kid, like, gave him probable cause they could bust down your door and shit. I don't know how to tell you to handle this situation, because it's pretty fucked up. Because the kid absolutely gives them, like, they don't have to go through a judge or anything. They can fucking knock down your fucking door. So,
concerned that there was some stuff going on, that he was FaceTiming your ex. What's his name?
My ex-husband, Tony.
Tony. He was FaceTiming Tony. He was concerned about.
Tony.
Well, you're here.
Yeah, no, but what was the concern? Is what I'm trying to figure out.
Well, I guess when he was on FaceTime with Tony, he was showing Tony this stuff that he found in the house.
I don't even know what that is.
Well, I don't either.
Well, I don't even know what is happening. I know that my kid went in the bathroom and for an hour, and I've been like, "What's wrong?" We were having a popsicle, playing Fortnite, and
Right.
all of
And there was nobody else home. Nobody else is
Nobody
here.
lives here.
So all this stuff in this house is
I
yours.
planted the meth on her.
So everything in the house is yours.
Well, this is my house.
Okay. And this is in your
Well,
house.
Kristen was here earlier.
Who's Kristen?
My girlfriend. She came by.
Okay.
She's house sitting up the street for our regional manager.
Right.
We're in property management. She has a baby kitten.
Seems reasonable.
So how is your relationship with Tony?
That's never been good. No.
Yeah. Were you guys ever married? How long were you guys married for?
7.5 years.
When confronted about the drugs found in the Ziploc, Long responded she doesn't do drugs.
We don't have to do drugs to have drugs in the house.
I don't even know what that is, you guys. I don't know where it came from. I don't know what
Why else would you have drugs in the house?
I mean, yeah, 100%. Like I said, why we're here, Tony was, what's his name again? He was FaceTiming Tony. He was concerned. He was scared. He said, I found this in the house. I think it's drugs. So Tony calls us to come and check on Austin, your kid.
Okay, well, I don't even know what this is or where he found it.
I don't either.
I don't
Oh, the chair.
I get it. And like I said, that's why we're here.
The officer then takes down her information. Meanwhile, another officer on scene goes to speak with Long's son.
Shut the fuck up, Friday.
The child bursting into tears as he tells the officer he found the drugs.
And what did you find inside the house that made you scared? Okay. Do you know what drugs look like?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. So where were the drugs at?
How would the kid know what the drugs look like? You're leading the kid.
Underneath the nightstand? Okay. Gotcha. Do you ever seen anything like that here before?
No.
No? Okay. So where are those at right now? Nobody inside's in trouble for anything. I just need to try to figure out what's going on.
Pig is lying.
I see him to the first one I saw.
Okay, and who was that?
An officer to the right.
Okay, so you gave the officer some stuff?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. What, and have you ever seen anything like that in the house before? No? Okay, but you know what drugs do look like?
Yeah.
Okay.
Long's son then tells the officer he believes the drugs were found inside the house on purpose by one of his mom's friends.
Okay, so is there like a lot of people that come and go in and out of the house?
Only people that I know that come to the house are some of her friends, and that's really it.
Okay. Do you think somebody might have dropped something off, or it was somebody else's that they accidentally left here?
I think they dropped something off on an accident.
You think they dropped some off an accident?
No, not on accident.
Yeah, this is absolute bullshit.
Okay.
Fuck these cops.
So, how long have you guys lived in the house here?
About 2 years.
About 2 years. Who lives in the house here with you?
Just me and my mom.
So it's you and your real mom, your biological.
I'm on this woman's side.
And
She's getting
your mom's
railroaded.
The only two people that are here right now.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. All right. Any idea who do you think left the stuff here?
Her friend, which his nickname is Poncho, but his real name is Alfonso.
Okay. And is Alfonso kind of a mean guy, or is he pretty nice, or?
I don't see him too much.
Bonzo.
Just one of those people where you look at him and you know it, and he's always acts weird around me.
Okay.
It's the only person I can think of.
Has he ever threatened you or hurt you or anything like that?
No.
He just acts kind of weird? And is he
Yeah.
just a friend to your mom, or are they?
He's a friend.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to recoup before next 420
kinda shows up
in
every
25 minutes.
Yeah, I've only seen him about once or twice.
And you think he dropped the stuff off?
Yes.
The officer who was speaking to Kendra Long comes outside. When he asks the then 9-year-old a question, the child breaks into tears again, admitting he found the drugs on accident.
So you got scared tonight. You called your dad. And you found this stuff, right?
This is absolute bullshit.
Under the nightstand.
On accident?
Yeah.
Where was it at?
Under the nightstand.
What's that?
Under the nightstand.
Under her nightstand. So that would be in the bedroom that she sleeps in?
Yeah.
And how did you recognize that? Like, what did you think when you saw it?
I just saw a couple baggies. I was
This is exploitative that we're watching this.
That's when I knew what it was.
Yeah, from like TV and stuff.
What?
Like you thought, like maybe it was drugs from like
Yeah.
TV and stuff.
Yeah.
Right, right. And you got scared and you called your dad.
Yeah.
And what did he say?
Like you seen drugs on TV?
Yeah. Well, you did the right thing. I know you don't want to get anybody in trouble, and we're here to make sure everybody's safe, and that you're safe and your mom's safe. And
Oh God, yeah, I cannot make it. Get you a follow up, because I think the woman is innocent. Oh no, it's not telling me the follow up here. The body cam released on April 12th of this year. Doesn't even tell me what the woman's name is. I would assume that it was a setup. Cops don't make anything, but yeah, like she needed help as opposed to like cops to arrest her. I'd like to know what the fuck happened to her. I hope she wasn't arrested. I would assume she got arrested that night, but like I hope like she didn't get like charges on her. Cannabis Lounge
in San Diego County might be opening its doors. CBS 8's
might.
Ramirez talked with the company's CEO to find out. Jasmine?
Yeah, well, National City will soon have one of the few cannabis lounges in the state. Now, they hope to open this spring, but tonight we've learned
she looks cute.
Has moved to the fall. Tonight we visited the 16,000 square foot, 2-story building where the company Sessions by the Bay will be opening shop.
It took a lot. We've put a lot of energy into it, a lot of moving parts, especially because it's a new type of business. So there's not very many models for us to follow or to look to.
Alex Ion is the CEO. He says it's been a lengthy permit process, but now construction has started inside the former location of California College San Diego. Once completed, guests can buy and consume weed products on site.
We'll have a retail dispensary on the first floor. We're actually going to have immersive exhibit spaces on the other half of the first floor. And then on the top floor will be the lounge, and that also includes an outdoor patio area.
Ooh, that's cool.
It's going to be a very dramatic, very cool scene.
Just as you can order beer at a brewery, the lounge will serve marijuana and even bring it to your table.
Seeing as this is a big step, the first lounge, not just in our city, but in the region.
Do we serve beverages and like little snacky foods and shit too? I mean, little finger foods, dips maybe, hummus. What else would you have? Cocktails at a place like this? A coup d'etat. There must be snacks.
Councilmember Jose Rodriguez says the city gave out 6 licenses for marijuana businesses that are projected to generate $2 to $3 million in tax revenue for the city each year.
We do anticipate a lot of foot traffic, not just from National City residents.
Mozzarella sticks.
So we see that as a positive. It is a lounge that will be located west of the 5 freeway and really kind of away from the neighborhoods, and that is a positive as well.
With the permits for construction now in hand, the Consumption Lounge is hopeful to officially open this November.
Big ass area.
Now, no alcohol will be served on site, but you can expect the lounge to serve food and even bring in food trucks.
Now, Jasmine, obviously not everybody in National City might be on board with this. Has the city done anything to address some of those concerns?
Right, so the city has told everyone that, this lounge, it will be built in a commercial zone, so that's going to be away from residential areas and, of course, away from families and their homes.
Obviously, they have some standards and practices here that they want to follow. Jasmine Rapier is reporting for us. Thanks, Jasmine.
I mean, I would assume food trucks do set up at dispensaries on the weekend and shit. Sucks that they're not serving alcohol, but I would hope that they serve like coffee and other chilled beverages and shit. Yeah, you think they serve some sort of, something to wet your whistle because you're gonna have cotton mouth. Food trucks are perfect. I am sad that there is not a food truck next to me. Let's see. Curious or not, I ate at a truck that was just like in the middle of nowhere in somebody's front yard in bumfuck Tennessee called the Woohoo Wagon. The Woohoo Wagon. It had a really good rating, so we stopped, and it's just in somebody's front yard. And the dude serves it. Yeah, he wants to be like his shirt said boobies and bong rips, right? Or boobies and blunts, or something to that effect. And so the food was pretty good. The burger was really good, and he had like fried Gouda, and we got these little bacon wrap. The boudin balls were excellent. Oh my god, the boudin ball was fucking excellent. So I still don't know what to think about that experience. Let's check out a cannabis lounge that's already open. See how they're doing. I think a month after it's open.
The first regulated cannabis consumption lounge open in Las Vegas. Tonight, we're asking if initial concerns of safety and security are being adequately addressed. 8 News Now reporter James Schaefer joining us live from today's grand opening at Planet 13's new cannabis lounge, asking those questions, James, directly to ownership.
Nevada voters approved recreational marijuana use in 2016, but now 8 years later, 3 cannabis lounge locations have opened up in Las Vegas. But is the budding industry answering all the questions people have about it? It's been in the works for
that looks bougie as fuck.
Now customers are enjoying cannabis-infused cocktails and edibles in the new Dazed Cannabis Lounge at Planet 13 near the Strip.
A lot of those concerns have ended up into be the regulations.
That'd be awesome clinically.
So we were able to take all of those restrictions, regulations that they have set in place for those safety measures.
I feel like I've met her before.
Into place.
Kate Smith, Senior Marketing Manager for Planet 13, says the regulations require ID checks, programs to keep people from getting behind the wheel, high-end ventilation.
We do have, for instance, a odor mitigation machine that runs through the whole facility. It cycles out completely the air every 30 seconds. We also do have a overnight no-tow 24-hour period.
Vanessa Weaver and her friends came to celebrate 2 birthdays while in Las Vegas. We asked her thoughts on the experience.
You can't smell anything in here because the whole outside, they don't let you consume. So it's very separated from the rest of the areas. Things like this in Texas put you in jail.
Okay, that looked cool.
Kate also told me there are shuttle programs here for customers that do leave their car overnight, and also food options for customers who get the munchies. Now, another safety measure that Kate told us about is that the staff here is meant to go on and off the floor constantly. So that
okay, did he smoke while he was there, or is he too uptight? You think he smoked while he was there? Everybody who thinks he smoked while he was there?
not exposed to the products, something that we haven't done for, 30 minutes.
James Schaefer.
Live from Planet 13, James Schaefer, 8 News Now.
James stopping for pizza on the way home. A Planet 13 looking forward to another possible expansion at their Orange County location in California.
I love local news hits. He made it sound like he had like some weed 30 minutes ago.
Another safety measure that Kate told us about is that the staff here is meant to go on and off the floor constantly so they're not exposed to the products, something that we haven't done for 30 minutes. Reporting live from Planet 13, James Schaefer, 8 News Now.
He totally implied he smoked 30 minutes ago.
James stopping for pizza on the way home. A Planet 13 spokesperson said the company looking forward to another possible expansion at their Orange County location in California.
Damn right. Pizza does sound good. Go get us a pizza. Go get us a pizza. Go get us a pizza, Curiouser. We got one of the coolest pizza places just right here. Is it? No, just right past that. I totally want a pizza. Yeah, but the pizza I want, you don't call in. You gotta go pick it up. But it's right here. It's just right here. It's just right. It's so good. Pizza and spinach dip. She's saying she had spinach on her pizza, so she doesn't want spinach dip. They have such good spinach dip. Easy, cheesy bread. 13 minutes into the next 420. I do very much like cheese dicks. I love that pizza place. Look, everything they got there is good. They got like a crab dip too, don't they? Fucking get a crab dip. It's just but you don't even have to go really downtown. It's just like you sneak in for a second, and then you pull on back, cause it's just right. I'm right there next to it. You're already kind of downtown. She says she's gonna kick me in the head, but I want a pizza. But I want the pizza from there that you have to like drive to. I don't want the pizza. I don't want the pizza from the place. I love the pizza from the place that delivers to me. It's really good. But I'd really like on 420, I'd really like the really, really good pizza that's just right there. That doesn't deliver. That's so good. It's such a good, it is an amazing pizza. You know this. You're the one that suggested pizza. Sounds so good. But I'm not in a position, so the place that delivers, I'm not in a position to talk to the delivery driver who I think is flirting with me, but I don't know. No, it's a chick, yeah. But I don't know if she is or not. Like fucking Sparkle says she is. Yeah, because like I tip her and shit, so you don't know like if she's just being nice and stuff. Venus, I would love to do cooking streams, and I shouldn't ask her to go get pizza for me because I have plenty of shit to cook in there. I would like, I have frozen shrimp, and I already started thinking about it, and I was like, I think I want frozen shrimp, and I'll make macaroni and cheese, and I think I got some green beans. So I should. That's what I was thinking. But I've also got hamburger meat, but I haven't opened it yet. So if I don't open it, you know, I have hamburger meat and I have Italian sausage. I might make meatballs. But like pizza sounds really good, and I have such a good pizza place right there. If you'll host the show, I'll like walk down there. Cause it's just right there. It's right there. Host the show and I'll walk and get pizza. It's 10 minutes. How can I get my phone and I'll take you guys with me. We'll walk through downtown and get pizza. So now you're willing to drive down there. But you just said you'd drive down there. Oh my God. I'm upset right now. It's 9 minutes until the next 420. Be 420 in the Pitcairn Islands. Gotta stop the blizzard. I drank a whole big thing of chocolate milk before you got here. Yes, it is kind of packed, isn't it? It's been a long day already. I don't think she's watching Echoplex anymore after I like scolded her. I would love a pizza right now. But to be honest, if I ordered from the pizza place that delivers, I probably wouldn't get pizza. I'd probably get a calzone, and I'd probably get wings. That's my usual order. I usually get a calzone and wings, because their calzones are mwah. You know who else has great calzones? Oh, they have amazing calzones. It's so fucking good. You look like you're like a fucking teenager in the 90s. Seattle. It looks like a flannel. It sucks. It sucks that you guys are not hearing the other half of the conversation because you won't fucking get on the microphone. Tones! 16 Tones, my friend. Good evening. Welcome. You can get a trash bag out there. Wings are so good. That's why I'm telling you. I get like a calzone and wings and they've got good pizzas. Their pizzas are excellent. And they've got these like old world pepperonis that are like really spicy pepperonis. So fucking good. They got this pepperoni with a hot honey they drizzle over it. So fucking good. Now I'm really fucking hungry. It's devolved into a food stream. I'm a foodie. I like food. Well, do you have another restaurant? See, she looks like she's like Seattle in the 90s. She's teenager. She's sitting on the side of a bridge, looking at some evergreen trees. Oh, it's Pearl Jam. Have you ever heard my impression of Pearl Jam? Creed and Cher are all exactly the same. Probably. It also probably sounds like Shakira, yes. Even flow. I can't do it. Do you believe in life after love? I'm too fucking high. And this is the kind of shit I would do with my friends when I was too fucking high. Can you take me higher? I'm cracking myself up over here. Nobody else. 5 minutes until weed time in the, I'm totally saying it wrong, Pitcairn Islands? Pitcairn Islands, Anchorage, Nome, and Yucatan. I have no idea where these places are. See, you made her turn on Echoplex again. I'm gonna find out where this place is if I can get it to British Overseas Territory. Apparently I did this last year or one of the other years and looked this shit up. Because I've clicked on the Wikipedia for it before. I can get that. What?
Pitcairn Islands. Pitcairn Islands.
Pitcairn.
Pitcairn Islands.
Pitcairn. Pitcairn. The fuck is the Pitcairn Islands? Pitcairn Islands, officially Pitcairn, Henderson, Ducey, Oreo Islands, are a group of 4 volcanic islands in the southern Pacific Ocean that form the sole British Overseas Territory in the Pacific Ocean. The 4 islands, Pitcairn, Henderson, Ducey, and Oreo, are scattered across several hundred miles of ocean and have a combined land of about 18 square miles. Henderson Island accounts for 86% of the land. So they are right there. They're down there, far off of the coast of the United States. But I guess we're not to Hawaii yet, I don't think. But it looks like they are below Hawaii, but that could be perspective because we're looking at a globe, right? So apparently they are before you get to Hawaii. Pitcairn Islands. Pitcairn Islands. Ticker Jeebs. Where is Nome? City in Alaska. Nome. Yeah, I am a dumbass.
Nome.
I should have known that. Well, it's a quaint looking little town, isn't it? Oreo, the Lollipop, and Gumdrop Army. What is up to 185? Happy 420. We're 2 minutes away from 420 in the Pitcairn Islands, Anchorage, Nome, and Yucatan. 2 minutes away. What alien shit? What are we smoking? Bong, we're 55 seconds away. Got my pot. $45 seconds. I don't have a beverage. There was barely any in it. 30 seconds. 25 seconds. Till 420 in the Pitcairn Islands, Anchorage, Nome, Yucatan. Get ready, fuckers. Buy one up, tip one back. Purple Haze. I know, because I have such a good 420 playlist. Such an amazing. I was listening to it before I came on. But this is also cool for a public domain free use song. This is pretty cool. My phone that controls those lights is over here. I can change those to green. Quesadilla, good evening. Welcome. Is 420 in the Pitcairn Islands, Anchorage, Yucatan, and Noom. I'm proud of all the copyright-free music that I use, including like the intro song, all the shit that's in the background. I think I did a good job of. What really freaks me out is like I'd be watching a YouTube essay or something, and they use one of the songs I use, and it's like it hits a little tingle on me. Oh my god, I use that copyright-free song as well. Getting horny over there or something? Is that what? Tingling socks over there is what you're saying. Sweet baby. Back to how you should go get us a pizza, because like the most awesome pizza place is just right here. You said you came over to annoy me. Maybe I'm gonna annoy you now. For pizza. Pizza. Seriously, it is quite possibly my favorite pizza place ever. Of all the different places I've lived, of all the different pizzas I've tried, that's probably the best pizza that I've had to this date. And I don't get to have it very often. She said I'm not going to have it today either. I'll have to walk down there and get it myself. Don't put it past me. I might. I am well within my rights to walk to the pizza place. It's not that far. But also, I'm lazy. That's why I don't ever walk to it. It's not like it's a thing I do very often. Oh my god, socks will roll off places. I am so high. I know, they invited me to their show. I told them if they gave me their single, I would play it today, but they did not follow up. But he also was tripping when I was talking to him, so we have a mutual friend that's in a band, and their band is doing very well. He was gonna hook me up with a fucking single to play. It's not that one joint or two joints. You probably take two joints with you. You'd smoke one going, one coming back. That's if you were to walk to Main Street. Yeah, you wouldn't do it here. No. He's asking as a unit of measurement, not as a suggestion. Fuck. 'Cause it's 3 or 4 blocks. Not far. It really is that to have that good of a pizza that fucking close. It's sad that I don't. Well, do you have any other suggestions? I'm open. They can't hear what you're saying, and it's not good content. Well, not if there's pizza involved, because yeah, it's a measure of time and distance and everything. It's about 4 blocks, I would say, maybe 5. I'm not very good at measurement, but it's not far at all. Time, love, and tenderness. She hates Michael Bolton. I find that repulsive. I think everyone should love Michael Bolton, and I don't understand people that don't love Michael Bolton. I don't understand people that don't go get me pizza.
Kirsten Gillibrand is amongst our elected officials calling on the Biden administration to do more when it comes to decriminalizing marijuana.
I've thought about a bicycle or even like a scooter, a motorized thing.
To deschedule cannabis. Fox 5's Ashley Rodriguez explains the potential impact.
Malika Bellamy is the proud licensed owner of the all-female family-owned and operated cannabis retailer Gotham Buds on 125th in Harlem.
So many people enter into our doors still sort of in fear, like they'll ask questions with sort of hush-hush or they're whispering.
Marijuana remains illegal on the federal level, which means residents in government housing can't grow it. And if you're caught outside state protection, you can't buy, sell, or possess it. And while the drug is known to have medical and holistic benefits, it's still classified.
Is he a good guy?
Methamphetamine.
Please tell me Michael Bolton's a good guy.
New York Senator Kirsten Gillibrand want to change, along with 7 in 10 Americans, according to the Center for American Progress.
It's a generational issue, too. I think a lot of older generations who were
Kirsten Gillibrand is more good than bad.
Associate with that.
And the war on drugs failed, according to New York Congressman Jerry Nadler, who flanked Gillibrand. He, along with other elected officials, say criminalizing marijuana happened in the early 1970s and was used to target the anti-war left and black people.
Absolutely.
Decades later, and black individuals are still nearly 4 times more likely than their white counterparts to be arrested, even though both use marijuana at similar rates.
As a product of this very community that we are in, I can tell you that the war on drugs was a war on people.
Now, there are a number of politicians that want to reschedule marijuana. That would take it from a Schedule 1 substance to a Schedule 3 substance. That's the same category as Tylenol, ketamine, and testosterone. But the senator says that doesn't go far enough.
It
doesn't go far enough.
Decriminalization, it doesn't expunge records, it doesn't right the wrongs of the past, and that's why descheduling is so important.
It's a plan, and no one should be criminalized for that.
Ashley Rodriguez.
Goddamn right.
Fox 5 News.
So there are groups that are pushing Joe Biden to decriminalize pot as part of a re-election effort, and yeah, I've been saying that since like 2012 when Obama was running for re-election. I thought he should have ran on decriminalization.
Colorado Governor Jared Polis sending a letter to President Biden. They are, quote, expressing hope marijuana will be rescheduled by the end of the year. In the letter, the governor is noting the Department of Health and Human Services has recommended that the DEA reschedule marijuana from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3. This would move the drug to a less restrictive category under federal law and allow cannabis-related businesses to take ordinary tax deductions. The governor of Illinois, Louisiana, Maryland, New York, and New Jersey also signing on to this letter.
I may very well break a hip. I fell in the shower the other day, and it hurt real bad. And I'm like, I'm so close to being a grandpa that might hurt himself. Yeah, I lay in the bathtub and like, let the water hit me for like a long time. And then when I was getting up, I slipped and fell back down, and it hurt pretty bad. Because I'm getting to be a grandpa. Let's listen. I don't know. Okay, so like ultimately, you know, I am a pro-Biden person. I encourage voting for him in the 2024 election. But I don't know. So as someone who ideally would want to persuade his audience to vote for Joe Biden.
Come on, man.
I'm sorry. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing that I'm getting ready to play you the thing that I'm getting ready to play you. Because it may be so fucking cringe. You're like, God, there's no way that I can vote for these motherfuckers. Here is Vice President Kamala Harris leading a roundtable discussion on marijuana reform.
Care, price, transparency. But today, when the Vice President calls me, I stop everything. So I can't.
Is it Fat Joe?
A very impactful meeting to hear all your impactful stories. And we're going to keep this intimate, as I was asked. So, press, we thank you for being here. But
hold on, I'm going to give a statement too.
Okay.
But I thank you, Fat Joe, for being.
It is Fat Joe.
And taking the time, but really for your voice on so many critical issues. In addition to the gift of your artistry, I thank you for being here. Governor Beshear, thank you. I said earlier.
Governor Beshear from Kentucky.
You have been an extraordinary
Andy Beshear.
in many ways, not only for the people of Kentucky, but nationally.
Thank you.
And on this issue, I would like to just publicly applaud and thank you for being so forward-leaning around having the courage to challenge certain traditions and critically evaluate whether what we've been doing is smart and what can we do to be smarter. And your leadership, I think, is inspirational to a lot of others. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
You hit the middle switch.
I believe that the promise of America includes equal justice.
Tubbs does sound good. I would totally dig
it.
this.
Our criminal justice system has failed to live up to that core principle. And I say that with full knowledge of how this system has worked.
So broad in here.
My experience as a prosecutor.
It looks broad on camera because of the
President and I have
TV.
addressed inequities through
I usually turn the TV off. I'm watching over
criminal
here.
justice reforms. For example, we have
No, I'm going to force you to watch Kamala Harris. Watch her.
Warrants and created the first ever database to track misconduct by law enforcement.
Yeah, can we talk about how the fact that she has a much more popular governor, a Democrat that's much more popular than her, and then Fat Joe, and she's doing all the talking.
This is critically important. That last piece, the first pieces may be obvious, but as we know, all too often we have seen examples of where a police officer has been found to have committed misconduct in one region, but then can move to another region, and that record does not follow that individual. And then, of course, the same behavior repeats itself. So the fact that we have made a commitment to having that kind of database is really very significant in the push toward ensuring
I do agree with that.
Justice in the criminal justice system. We have also been focused on reentry. Some of the work that I started back when I was DA of San Francisco in 2005, looking at what we must do to appreciate the fact that folks who have been held accountable through the criminal justice system should also have an opportunity, once they have done their time, have paid their due, to have the ability
I plan to get her to get pizza worked
and do what they aspire to do, which is to help support their families and live a productive life. To that end, there are a few things that we have done that are very significant. One is we have now and recently announced making Small Business Administration loans available to previously incarcerated individuals. That is significant because before now, they were prohibited from being eligible for Small Business Administration loans. And I have personally met many people who were formerly incarcerated, who are hardworking, who are intelligent, who are innovative, and want an ability to be able to contribute to the economy of their community, need access to capital, could not have qualified for these loans, and now will be eligible. We have also expanded Pell Grants for individuals who are currently incarcerated. We know that there are many people who, while incarcerated, attempt to upgrade their education with an anticipation that when they are released, they will be able to put it to good use, but they are not necessarily able to afford the online courses that would help them do that. So the extension of Pell Grants to those who are currently incarcerated will facilitate more people being able to aspire and actually follow through on their dreams of getting an education. We have also, through the Health and Human Services Department...
He's boring me. Why isn't Fat Joe and Andy Bashir talking?
Currently incarcerated but soon to be released, about the benefits that they are...
I might have to correct myself. It might be Steve Bashir.
Because
Andy might have been his
there
dad.
is a moment between...
I might have it backwards.
...and re-entering the community where we want to make sure these individuals have all the resources they need within a...
That's the dude that did that smear job of Michael Jackson. Why does she shoot herself in the foot like this? Like, she had me with, like, the first thing she was talking about. One, this is a blurry fucking video, and she's not letting Fat Joe talk.
Short period of time of release so that they can hit the ground running to live a productive life and re-enter their communities. We have also, through our administration, through Joe Biden's leadership, we have addressed inequities in federal drug policy, and that's the subject of today's meeting. Historically, there are many examples, frankly, of disparities that fall...
If I wrap it up, will you get pizza?
One well-known...
If I wrap it up, like I'll...
around sentencing for crack versus powder.
Is there a different restaurant?
And what we know is that the disparity is such that...
that you would be into? It is 8:30.
The kinds of sentences that people would be committed to for crack cocaine as opposed to powder cocaine, and historically we know that...
I usually try to make it to the 420 in Hawaii, but like, I may say fuck you guys for food.
We have also addressed what we need to do around clemency and to...
Is I hungry?
...excessive crack cocaine sentences. Joe Biden has been very clear about his intention and actually practiced to do that, again, acknowledging the disparities that have existed and what we have the ability to do to correct some of those going forward. We have gathered today, however, to address...
We've gathered here today.
...injustices that we have seen in federal marijuana policy.
I can contribute to food having.
I've said many times, I believe...
I don't know.
I think we all at this table believe nobody should have to go to jail for smoking weed.
Totally go to
and
jail.
What we need to do is recognize
Long
that
way.
many people have been sent to jail for simple marijuana possession. And
fair enough, clinically. I did not think... Well, I didn't know she was going to be here, though. Like, that was just her showed up.
4 times more likely. 4 times.
I did figure that I would make it until the end of the stream, and then I would go cook shrimp or hamburger meat. No, I want pizza or something else. Or a burger.
That again I have done over the years.
I would like some greasy fucking concoction somebody else
I will tell you
made.
that we have pardoned tens of thousands
Cheese sticks or something. She's killing me. What in the fuck is wrong with her? Last time I had Arby's, it did not go well. Is this my first rodeo? Well, I ate a gigantic breakfast burrito at like 2:30. I was like, that'll get me to the end of the stream, and then I'll be really hungry, and I'll have a nice dinner. I would love tacos. Tacos sounds amazing. Where we go? Yes, that's brilliant. Brilliant. Mexican restaurant sounds fucking brilliant. Well, I wouldn't get tacos. I get chimichanga. Such a stoner thing to do. Oh, yeah. Well, let's get towards the end of the evening, so therefore, like, you know, it's the good time to go to Mexican restaurant. I'm leaving you guys for a Mexican restaurant. I deserve a titty slap.
A titty slap!
Oh yeah,
Come on.
Struggles. Hold on, I gotta get you a bedtime story. Is she still here? Yes. No, she's coming back on live. I gotta find her. Make it happen. I forgot. I can't turn on Fuzzy Simba. Good evening. I'm so sorry. Mexican restaurant sounds so good right now. But I'm gonna make sure you get your bedtime story before we leave. Oh, I did promise relentless animal videos. I was like, I'll do an hour of animal videos. Sold you guys out. And this is exactly an hour of animal videos would have took us to the end of the show. No. Once I end, it's video game time. Or whatever, you know, you and I hang out. We can watch Taylor Swift if you want to. Oh, she's done with me. There's not going to be any more hanging out with Justin tonight. Chimichanga. I'm going to get a chimichanga, not tacos. I swear, face it, like I don't normally have just chicks' tits recommended to me all the time. It's 'cause you're here. I don't know if she's coming or not. She's seen my message. She couldn't have gone night time. She's seen my message. Well, she didn't say that. She didn't say, hold on a minute. I told her a burrito's calling my name. She'd understand. It's a very Sparkles thing. Promise bedtime story. I promise. Let me get you some animal videos going in the meantime. Puppy bus. We need. She's delving out the animal videos now. She's giving us a... Oh. The reason I like the chimichanga the best is because you get everything, right? You usually get guac on the side. You get just... Jake. Hold on, I gotta reconfigure Poppy Bus because Curiouser can't see it. She's still seeing Kamala Harris.
While we're waiting for the bus,
Maru. Hey, you're not buckled in.
Good morning, Bama.
Good boy. Good boy. Okay, you're bus.
They're so cute. I love Puppy Bus. They're the best of the best. That's why they get to be on the Puppy Bus. No puppy is riffraff. How dare you? Calling puppies riffraff.
We're waiting for the bus.
His name is Gentleman Jake. Oh, it's just on a loop.
You're not buckled in.
Good morning, Bama.
The one everybody loves. This is the main one. We can do others.
Good boy. Good boy. Okay, you're bus.
Tail wagging always gets to me. He's so happy to see his friends. It was just going 90 miles an hour. Oh shit. One second. Good work. Oh, there we go. What's up, Sparkles?
Hello.
How are you? Since we last checked in with you, how have you been?
Weird. It's been weird. It's been a weird time.
What's been weird?
A lot of things.
Like?
I don't know. I want to go to Mexican. There's nobody to go to Mexican.
That's why you moved to Wyoming with me. Then you have somebody to go to Mexican food with.
I'd rather go with homegirl.
Always shooting me. Don't make me show the picture.
What picture?
Of you with the hat in Wyoming. Moving to Wyoming soon.
Moving to Wyoming, gonna eat a lot of cows.
You accept your fucking fate. You're tied to me. You need to move to Wyoming.
What is that the Witcher had? The right of first surprise or what?
God damn, where is that fucking picture I have of you? Guys, it's older than that. Fuck. There we go. There we go. Sparkles in Wyoming. Your sparkly hat. She needs to move to Wyoming with the Freak Daddy. If you could go to a Mexican restaurant, what would you get right now?
I'd get the fucking fajitas. The ones with the ribs on top.
She goes big when you go out. You want the whole plate that's sizzling when they bring it out, don't you?
Yeah, and I want the shrimps that are on the side, and then the chorizo.
You want the whole meat platter.
Yes. I don't want the tortillas. Don't want them.
No bread, just meat. Trust me, like, so we used to go to this Thai sushi place, and she loved getting the sashimi because it's hunks of meat. She just loves it, like, hunks of meat. I mean, I liked it too, yeah. Ida, good evening. Good evening. Welcome. We're getting ready to wrap things up, so Curiouser and I can go to a Mexican restaurant, and Sparkles is feeling sad about it. But you have a bedtime story prepared, correct?
I do. I sent this out when I first made it, and some people asked if I was okay. I'm not.
I'm aware of this. That's the thing I love about you is you're not okay.
But it's also a coloring book. But you want to know what's real sad?
Are you going to hold up the pages as you read it?
I'm gonna, but
okay.
They're not colored because I don't own any crayons. Please donate to the Sparkles Crayon Colored Pencil Fund.
Why do you not have any crayons? That seems like a very Sparkles thing to have.
Because I'm an adult and life sucks and we don't have nice things here.
You say you're an adult as you have your fucking multicolored light cat ears on as you're talking to me. Well, I don't have crayons.
I don't
I'm an adult with my multicolored.
We only have ink pens here for paying bills.
That's not true. You roller skate in your apartment.
Not since my foot's stupid.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was your skating foot.
Yes, you need your big toe for all stability.
Okay, fair enough. You throw knives in your apartment.
Not since homeboy moved in, but he's gone now, so Mama can throw.
Homeboy? What homeboy moved in? When did
Raymond?
Oh, he moved in a long time ago. When did that stop you from throwing knives?
He didn't like it. He said it was irresponsible.
He's not wrong.
He is a bitch.
You want to tell the story? Like, do you want to go there, or do you want to leave that alone?
Man, when they're little, it's easy. So easy. But his frontal lobe isn't fully developed. He's got a few more months.
Few more months?
Yeah, till he's 25. But I don't know.
It's the female, right? That's what's gotten into him. That's what he's gotten into.
Yeah. His old manager. That's what he got into.
He's not really been like, he's had girlfriends and stuff, but he's been more interested in like his friends and playing video games. He hasn't been like head over heels for a gal yet, right?
I mean, she ain't head over heels for him. She makes him wear a cock sheath.
A condom?
A cock sheath, an extra dick that his dick goes into. Because she said he was insufficient.
So she told. Wait, are you sure you want to go here?
This is what I'm dealing with.
Well, I don't think Raymond wants you talking about his little dick on stream.
I'm not saying he has a little dick. I'm just saying she might have a giant vagina we could all go camping in. We're in a housing crisis.
So, dude, that's the exact episode of Curb Your Enthusiasm. It's not a little dick. It's a big vagina, and she ends up stealing the baseball in her vagina.
Ooh.
Have you made?
I can barely put an 8th in mine.
We know the things that Sparkles have been smuggling in her vagina.
Just an 8. That's all it'll fit. No papers, no extra nothing. And we got to take the stem out. Got to really break it down. Maybe go ahead and grind it.
Anyway, so would you like to read your bedtime story?
Yes, this ain't nothing to relate to. Good night, fuckers. Night, night.
Night, night. Yes. Go.
Take a long nap. Sleep forever.
Okay, that sounded a little dark.
Shh. It's bedtime. You know, sometimes I can see and sometimes I can't.
You wrote it.
Yeah, look, it's a kitty cat with lots of eyes.
That is cute.
Meow.
Probably.
You know you want your money, girl. Because this is what you do every day, okay? The way you doubt your feelings and look the other way. Well, it's something I relate to. Your gift of nonchalance. Nobody's ever made me fall in love with this amount of touch. So look, it's a kitty cat. You can color it.
Give to Sparkles Cash App so she can color her kitty cat.
Look, it's a bunch of weird eyes.
Pyramid. This is Illuminati shit.
It could also be titties and a vagina. It's all.
Oh shit! I see that.
Interpretation. It's just interpretation.
Oh God, I do see that now.
Is it so hard to say the same thing? And you're so weak to say the same thing? And burn a hole in your apprehensiveness? And let the wildfire shine? And I repeat after me. Good girls go to heaven.
Girls go to heaven.
Bad girls go everywhere.
Bad girls go everywhere.
And tonight I will love you.
Tonight I will
and tomorrow,
love you.
And tomorrow I won't care.
Tomorrow I won't care. Yeah, where's my amen on that one? Hold on.
Look, it's a dragon. You can color it whatever color you want. And it may or may not soul bond with you. It could be a slut dragon. It might not be. It's up to you. You can do whatever you want.
I can fuck that dragon.
Yeah, it's up to you. You can fuck it with your friends or not.
You live in sexual anarchy.
You can fuck it with the mailman. It's up to you. You can fuck it in a house with a mouse, in a box with a fox. You can even have it with green eggs and ham. It's up to you.
Say an eighth of ham?
Green eggs and ham.
Oh. But you
You
said
can
an
weigh it
eighth
out
of
if
it. You
you-
go to the fucking butcher and order an eighth of ham.
And like an 8. It fits in my pussy. Hey, homegirl, how much ham fits in your pussy? Get the scales out.
Anyway, continue your... Boy, does ham just fall out of your pussy if you stick it up there? What do you mean it has to stay in? What? That doesn't make any sense.
If you want it warm.
It's some sort of competition. She's asking if you had to carry it around for durations. It's a competition. It's the ham vagina race. You got to keep it in for 500 meters. You got to run across the fucking field with a sack.
Can we wear underwear?
A hot ham taco relay.
Adult field day. This is what we get. Hot and ready.
Continue your story.
Okay. The dragon. I've been living on the road, and you've been living all alone at home. Girl, I hope he made you satisfied. Baby, I won't cry. As long as I know that when I land, you're mine. And you will never feel so pretty. And you will never feel so beautiful when I make it there. When I make it there.
Is this a story about a dragon coming to take you away?
Maybe.
You're praying for a dragon to come and rescue you, aren't you? Looks like the thing from the Katamari game. That tells you did a horrible job after you make its little ball.
It's a map for the dragon to find me.
Ma'am, I don't... Is that the way you see your... How is that even a map?
Here's my apartment. And here's how you have to come up the mountain. It's squiggly.
Don't see it.
That's because you were just born from a pod just a few hours ago.
Oh my God.
Oh, this part's about you. She has no recollection of the life she had without me. She let it slip away. Away. So
Those
sad
are
it had to be
lyrics.
this. She forgot all the good things about me. She let it slip away. She has no recollection. The life she had without me. She let it slip away. So sad it had to be this. She forgot all the good things about me. She
Are you
let it slip
confessing your
away.
love to me? With Weekend lyrics.
I'm confessing my love to the weekend.
By the dragon?
No. This is nothing to relate to.
Pretty. Looks like a lion in a forest.
In the
with
sun. Some very sharp flowers.
Sharp flowers. They will cut you.
Be careful. I haven't been around my town in a long while. I apologize. But I've been trying to get this money like I got a couple kids who rely on me.
Is
But
this
remember
also
on the
Weekend
bathroom
lyrics?
floor, before I went on tour.
The whole thing's been Weekend lyrics?
Like you said, we couldn't do it again because you had this other thing with some other man. You said it was love. Then you wish me good luck to find somebody to love. But ooh, now that I heard that you're single, I'll give you something to live for.
Okay, so if the whole
Yes,
thing
I
was
will.
Weekend lyrics, how did it take me that long to catch on? Because it wasn't until
Because
like
again,
the third or
you
fourth
were just born
one.
from a pod a few hours ago.
Guys, it's insane the amount of Weekend I listen to. For me to not pick up on it until like the Thursday and still not even know who the artist was when I realized it was song lyrics. The whole thing's been Weekend lyrics.
Nothing but Kissland too. Selectively just Kissland. Because
Well,
night.
I only like the one song off of that one, so fair enough. But it's like my I don't like that. It's not even a real album. Like it's like more of an EP. But it's like it's got my favorite fucking song by The Weeknd. But I don't like any of the other songs. It's weird.
And what is your favorite song?
In the Rain. I also really like the glass tables. What the fuck is? It's got another name. Glass tables like the second part of it. This is a happy house. That song. I don't remember what the House of Balloons. That's it. What are you laughing about? Are you done? Do you have more weekend lyrics to read?
That was it. That was it.
What song did you end on?
Oh, The Town.
Do you have a relationship with that song because of your relationship to your town?
No, it's not about the town.
Was any of that about you? And where'd the
No.
dragon come from?
This is nothing to relate to.
She loves eggs, but she doesn't love eggs. It's weird.
I love eggs, but I don't love eggs. Not
She-
like that.
She constantly like egg. But then I go into a store and I'm like, ooh, I'll get Sparkles this egg, and she'll fucking love it. And then she's like, ooh, no, I don't want your Cadbury egg. Ooh, that's nasty. I was like, you love eggs. Well, oh my god. All right. Good night, Sparkles. We're gonna watch Poppy Bus, and then we're gonna go eat Mexican food.
All right. You think I'm sober enough to drive to the theater?
To eat Mexican food?
No, to go
Watch
see Abigail
Abigail.
by myself.
See, I would have gone to see Abigail with you. It
Yeah,
does seem, at least seems
suck.
like a Sparkles kind of movie. And no, I don't think you are. You shouldn't drive. Go to a matinee tomorrow. Good night, Sparkles.
Good night.
Bobby Bus. Get a different one.
Thank you for riding with my mountain nuts. You guys like some complimentary dried cheese from your fans?
Dried cheese.
Up here we have Callie,
Puppies like dried cheese.
Dasher. Welcome back, Dasher and Callie.
Asher and Callie.
Naku.
Marku.
Cute.
Oh, look at that face.
Slade.
Blade.
There's Fish.
Fish. Oh, here's Smoke.
Yarrow. Little Olaf. Indiana. And Boo. Got some doggies out there doing a double and their second crew. Thank you for riding with Mo Mountain Mutts. Time for some complimentary cheese from your fans. Up front here we have Echo.
Dried cheese is what she said.
Little Louie.
Look at that baby.
Wrigley. Murray. Here's Gandalf. Wesson.
Wesson.
Little Max.
Little Max. Oh my god, he's so adorable.
Mina. Gentleman Julie Jake.
I like all of them.
Loki. There's Big Louie.
Big Louie.
Odin.
Odin's adorable.
Max. Whiskey.
Look at that baby.
Amaru.
Look at his markings are so pretty.
And Mika.
Is that like a boxer?
Seats till we get to your house.
Pincher, okay.
Pause paws to yourself and tails out of the aisles. Murray, you're sitting in the emergency exit. Are you willing and capable of offloading the pups in a remote chance of an emergency? Well, Wrigley's got it.
Ah, ha, ha, Wrigley. Ah, ha, ha. They're all such good boys.
Thank you for riding with Mo Mountain Mutts. We got a new girl on the bus. This is Emily. She's gonna be hanging out with us a few days a week. And we have Cora, Max, Carl, Louie, little Luna. We got Lou and Salem. This is our Old and Littles crew. We go on a nice, chill, sniffy walk. Yeah, I got some treats for you guys.
I like small little. Oh, I would cuddle that little baby. You're like a little wiener, isn't he?
Max, this one's for Carl. Max. These two normally don't take treats, but we'll try. Luna, treat.
Really? They don't like treats?
No. Lou?
Oh, Lou.
Lou took one.
Okay.
And here we have Cora. Cora likes treats.
I mean, what about I've got a cat that's piggy. Doesn't like certain treats. I've got two that will eat anything you put in front of them.
Sweet old girl. Here you go.
Sweet old girl. All right, thank you guys for joining me here on this 4th 20 anniversary celebration.
She wants another treat.
Here's to another 4 years of finding out what that news be doing.
You spit out your treat.
Go ahead, light one up, tip one back. It's all right to have a little fun before you hit the sack. I'm Justin.